Chapter 396. Here. Chloe placed the precious dagger in her lover's hand without even thinking about it. Her large eyes flickered as if she was anticipating something. But unfortunately, Andre didn't pay attention to the girl's expectant gaze and focused all his attention on the dagger. He first simply observed the decorative gem on it, and after confirming that there were no enchantments, he quickly pulled it out of the scabbard. A cold silver light flashed in the air, and he immediately felt the surrounding temperature drop rapidly. It was as if he wasn't holding a dagger made of metal, but a block of ice. Achoo! 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 Andre couldn't help but sneeze 3 times in a row. He then rubbed his nose and extended 2 fingers to gently stroke the surface of the dagger. An indescribable cold sensation quickly transmitted to his brain, and his whole body couldn't help but shiver. Cold. Extremely cold. It was as if he was touching an ice block. He simply couldn't imagine how this metal could maintain such a low temperature in an environment of more than 35 degrees. No matter how much heat it absorbed, it didn't have the slightest reaction. It didn't conform to the physics of heat transfer at all. "My dear, how is it? Did you find anything special?" Chloe, who had been standing at the side for a long time, finally couldn't hold back her restless curiosity and leaned over to ask softly. It's stronger than steel, but not at the level of adamantine. It's also not as light and sharp as mithril. I keep feeling like I've seen this metal somewhere before," Andre explained while furrowing his brows in deep thought. He could vaguely feel that this cold sensation was a bit familiar, as if he had seen it not long ago, but he couldn't remember what it was for the time being. At this moment, Eunice happened to walk past the two. Andre looked up and immediately noticed the shield on her back. His eyes instantly lit up, and he immediately clapped his hands. "Damn it! I was wondering why it was so familiar." It turns out that the outermost layer of Clive Crom's magic shield was mixed with some cold iron. No wonder its defensive power is so strong. Ever since he forcefully confiscated the shield of the trainee knight, he had studied it for a while. After thoroughly understanding the enchantment technique inside, he directly threw it to the half-demon to use. After all, as a demonkin warrior, what could he do without a proper shield? One had to know that her main mission was not to kill as many enemies as possible, but to ensure the safety of her teammates. How could she recklessly charge into the crowd with a whip in one hand and a sword in the other and cause a storm of blood? Under Andre's insistence, Eunice was forced to give up her beloved whip and began to use the combination of sword and shield. Especially after the frequent battles these days, she had become proficient in using the shield in a very short period of time. She was now a rather outstanding defender. Of course, the powerful defensive ability of the magic shield was also one of the reasons. Anyone who obtained a magic item would treasure it very much. Paying a small price for it was definitely worth it. Outstanding hardness, ductility, fire protection ability brought about by ultra-low temperatures. Plus, it can cause great damage to spiritual beings. It is indeed a good magic metal. Perhaps the only drawback is that it is very troublesome to forge. Muttering softly to himself, Andre put the dagger back into the sheath embedded with gems and returned it to Chloe, reminding her, "Put it away carefully. It is a very precious weapon. Although it is a bit short, it can definitely play a decisive role if you encounter monsters like ghosts." "Really? Wow. I thought it was just a gorgeous ornament. I didn't expect it to have such an effect." Chloe cried out in wild joy. She was like a little girl who got something fun. She skipped over to Eunice and proudly showed off her spoils of war. Looking at the happy girl, Andre suddenly felt a little envious. At the same time, He felt that it was not a good thing to be too smart, because once the intelligence exceeded a certain level, the brain would become unprecedentedly developed. Perhaps ordinary people could casually answer that 1 plus 1 equals 2, but he would unconsciously think about why 1 plus 1 equals 2, why it was not 0, why it was 3, why it was 1, why it was 10 in daily life. A drop of water plus a drop of water equals a bigger drop of water. A pile of soil plus a pile of soil equals a bigger pile of soil in logical calculations. 1 plus 1 also equals 1. In the binary calculation commonly used by computers, 1 plus 1 equals 10. In short, similar knowledge that defied common sense could be said to be countless. The only theory that could prove that 1 plus 1 equals 2 was the famous gold box conjecture. In fact, ever since Andre's intelligence exceeded the human limit, 18, his brain had undergone a certain degree of mutation. He could feel a special energy flowing into every single one of his brain cells, allowing him to reach the level of supermemory. As long as he put his heart into remembering something, he would never forget it unless he took the initiative to delete it from his memory. In addition, his learning ability, logical thinking, understanding of abstract concepts, reaction speed, and so on all increased geometrically. Everything had its advantages and disadvantages. Although he had obtained so many benefits, there were also a lot of troubles. The most important one was that no matter when or where, the brain was always in a divergent state of thinking. No matter what happened around him, it would involuntarily produce a lot of associations, inferences, and predictions. It was like a sophisticated supercomputer, constantly calculating at every moment, even when he was sleeping and dreaming. Fortunately, Andre's will was strong enough, otherwise sooner or later, he would be driven crazy. In fact, there were already signs of schizophrenia. In addition, the fire elemental bloodline would occasionally cause trouble, which made him have the urge to vomit blood. He could only put all his energy into various kinds of work in order to relieve his mental pressure. On one side was a calm and rational personality. On the other side was a passionate and unrestrained nature hidden in the bloodline. These two extreme contradictions appeared in a person at the same time. Even if it was not as bad as a comet hitting the Earth, it had to be said that this situation was quite troublesome, especially the strong desire and impulse in the heart, which undoubtedly caused a great impact on one's rationality. If he did not have the experience of 2 lifetimes, he would have been completely immersed in money, power, and beauty, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 397. Just as Andre was standing at the bow of the ship, pondering on how to resolve the conflict between bloodlines, the lookout at the top of the main mast suddenly rang the alarm bell. At the same time, he yelled at the bottom of his voice, "Report! A medium-sized paddling ship has been spotted on the port side. It's heading towards us at high speed. An unknown ship is approaching from the starboard side. The other party isn't hoisting any flag. Alert! Prepare for level 1 battle." The other lookout also shouted. For a moment, no matter what the crew on the deck were doing, they quickly dropped what they were doing and got into battle mode. Some cleared the cannons and reloaded ammunition, some stood in 3 rows with guns in their hands, and some even held melee weapons in their hands, intending to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Even those who were drinking finished the wine in their glasses in one gulp and got ready for battle in high spirits. Deputy Captain Bartholomew unsheathed his sword and yelled out orders one after another. After a short while, the Eye of Arcane, which had already anchored, hung up the sails again and started moving. The cannons on both sides were opened, countless black holes aimed at the right side, quietly waiting for the arrival of the other party. Obviously, this wasn't the first time such a sudden encounter had happened. This could be seen from the crew's hurried but unhurried reaction. Seeing that everyone was in position, Andre didn't waste any more words. He lightly patted Chloe's head and pushed her behind Eunice. Then He immediately activated the magical item, Captain's Eye Patch. In an instant, the Farsight spell attached to it began to take effect. In an instant, the situation in front of them was clear as day. A medium-sized paddling ship with 2 tattered triangular sails was rushing towards them at lightning speed. The oarsmen on the lower deck were shouting and rowing with all their strength. At the same time, there was a group of adult men wearing leather and inlaid armor and holding scimitars on the deck. They stared nervously behind them, and many of them were injured. It was obvious that something was chasing them from behind. Just as Andre was about to adjust the distance of the spell to see who was chasing the ship, a row of 6 large warships suddenly emerged from where the sea met the sky. Each of them had a displacement of more than 400 tons, which was more than twice the size of the paddling ship in front of them. In particular, they were loaded with a large number of long-range weapons and fully armed soldiers. They were even more elite than the Bakrov city's navy that they had just defeated. Of course, what surprised him the most was that these ships were all flying the golden flag of Linton City. There was also a red, noble flag embroidered with crossed daggers. There was no doubt that this was a private fleet belonging to a certain family. In order to clarify the situation, Andre immediately turned his head and asked Crowley behind him, "Dear, do you know which noble family in Linton City uses 2 crossed daggers as their family emblem?" "Of course. I believe that other than the Brest family led by Blood Marquis Kyrgyz, there shouldn't be a second person who uses a similar design." Crowley didn't even think before giving the answer. "Kyrgyz?" Andre's expression changed slightly. He immediately raised his hand and snapped his fingers, loudly ordering, "Everyone prepare for battle. We'll meet them head-on. Cannoneers, load the shells. No one is to open fire before I give the order." "Captain's orders. Cannoneers, load the shells. Head straight ahead." The sailor in charge of relaying the order loudly repeated it over and over again as he ran. He only stopped when he was sure that every corner of the ship could hear him. Bartholomew had heard about the enmity between the two from Lady Anastasia. He immediately took 2 steps forward and cautiously asked, "Your Majesty, are you going to war with Blood Marquis Kyrgyz?" Andre stroked his chin and thought for a few seconds. He then replied with uncertainty, "It's a little hard to say. I'll have to wait and see. Let's test the other party's attitude first. If they don't know what's good for them, I don't mind sinking all these ships." A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he calculated the gains and losses in his heart. After all, Lincoln City and Bakrov City were currently engaged in a trade war. The nobles of both sides had decreed that all forms of infighting between nobles were forbidden. If the dukes were to know that he had sunk a ship belonging to another noble of Lincoln City, the consequences would be severe. At the very least, he would definitely be punished. However, it wasn't in line with Andre's character to just watch his enemies flaunt their might in front of him without retaliating. Thus, he had to think of a way to scare them off while avoiding an intense conflict. "Your Majesty, if you plan to act, please make sure to sink all of their ships and kill all of their captives. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble if even one of them manages to make it back to Lincoln City." Perhaps seeing through Andre's thoughts, Bartholomew lowered his voice and gave a vicious suggestion. As a veteran of the seas for many years, he was well aware of the unwritten rules in these waters and how many ships were plundered by competitors or enemies every year. In fact, the strong preyed on the weak here. It was the naked law of the jungle. As long as you were strong enough, you could do anything you wanted. Anyway, the ocean was so wide. As long as you did it cleanly and with so many pirates, no one would know who did it. Andre wasn't an idiot. He naturally understood the meaning behind Bartholomew's words. The corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a cold smile, and he nodded lightly. "Thank you. You've given me a very good suggestion. perhaps it can be put into action. Now, let's go and see what the Kurgas are up to and why they're chasing after that paddle boat. Please don't mention it. I'm your retainer, and it's my duty to make suggestions to the patriarch." Bartholomew bowed with one hand on his chest. While the two were talking, the medium-sized paddle boat nimbly dodged the stone shells thrown by the warships behind and soon entered the eye of Mystical's shooting range. When the people on the boat saw the huge warship blocking their path, shock and fear instantly appeared on their faces. They shouted for the oarsmen to adjust their direction. Otherwise, the entire paddle boat would fall apart if they collided with the huge warship. As for the other 6 large warships following behind, they were not much better off. In particular, the soldiers standing on the deck fell into a panic. Perhaps they were huge compared to the paddle boats in front of them, but compared to the Eye of Arcane, they were immediately dwarfed. Chapter 398. One must know that the size of a ship was usually directly proportional to its combat power. The larger the ship, the more sailors there would be, and the more space there would be to place ballistas, catapults, ballistas, and other long-range weapons. No matter who it was, they would feel fearful at the sight of a gigantic ship with a displacement of around 2,000 tons, not to mention the 30 cannons on the side that had been pushed out from the gun ports. The pitch-black muzzles were aimed straight ahead. Anyone who was not a fool would know that these things were definitely not toys. Andre did not pay any attention to the paddle boat that brushed past him. He commanded the Eye of Arcane to slowly move forward. He did not send any signals, nor did he give any indication. Just like that, he circled around from the side and slowly approached the boat. The fleet belonging to the Brest family also did not dare to act rashly. They quickly lined up in a straight line, clearly prepared for battle. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, the atmosphere became unusually solemn. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they could not help but tighten their grip on their weapons. They were so nervous that they could hardly breathe. Just as the Eye of Arcane was about to collide with the 6 warships full of soldiers and long-range weapons, the warships that were originally fleeing actually circled back and silently followed behind, as if waiting for an opportunity to join the battle. Slightly surprised, Andre glanced at the unfamiliar men with wounds on their bodies. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "How interesting! Why aren't they running away?" Logically speaking, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What can they do in a fierce naval battle with such a tattered little ship that doesn't even have ballistas? Sir, they should be a branch of the great Kamla Desert. They believe in the god of the desert, Akamala, who has fallen thousands of years ago. These guys strictly abide by their own creed. They would rather die than abandon their friends or comrades and flee. According to their logic, we will take the initiative to attack the enemy, so they must not just run away. They must join the battle, or else they will be regarded as apostates and be banished by the entire tribe. Also, please pay attention to their eyes. Red eyes are a sign of divine blood flowing in their bodies. Bartholomew had obviously been to the great Kamla Desert before. He explained in great detail and even described their facial features very clearly. Even those who had never heard of the desert could understand and understand. Religion and beliefs. I see, after learning the truth, a hint of understanding flashed in Andre's eyes. He then no longer paid attention to the little tail following behind him. He raised his head and looked straight ahead with a very playful expression on his face. 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters, seeing that the Eye of Arcane was about to enter its optimal firing range. Andre did not hesitate to raise his hand and sneered as he muttered to himself, "Since you don't intend to take the initiative, then I won't hold back." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his raised arm and shouted, "Fire! Captain, gunner, Fire! Kill them! His propelled by gunpowder. 30 lead balls weighing more than 10 kilograms whizzed past at a speed that was almost indiscernible to the naked eye. They smashed into the enemy's hull, producing a series of cracking sounds, as well as the screams and wails of some of the sailors. A volley of bronze cannons had caused a devastating disaster to the enemy's ship. At least one ship was seriously leaking and was sinking. It was estimated that in a few minutes it would completely sink to the bottom of the sea. The other ships were not much better. Most of them had several large holes in their hull. The sailors who were directly hit by the lead balls were miserable. Without the help of divine spells, it was basically impossible for them to survive. Fear, trembling, panic. The huge roar accompanied by the flames played a symphony of death. Not only did it take away the lives of countless people, but it also took away something called courage. The enemy even forgot to use their ballistas to counterattack. They just stood there foolishly, staring at everything that happened around them with incredulous eyes. Blood and with chips splattered all over the deck, especially the unlucky ones who were hit by the solid cannonballs. Their entire bodies were flattened by the huge force. Those who were hit in the chest or the head were considered lucky. At least they died quickly. However, those who were shot in the arms, legs, shoulders, and other non-vital parts were the ones who were really unlucky. The intense pain constantly stimulated their nerve centers, and the screams and howls coming out of their mouths made people shudder. Of course, this was not the worst. A very small number of people were hit in the waist by the cannonballs. It was a truly shocking sight, especially when the upper half of their bodies were desperately crawling on the deck while letting out inhuman roars. They were like demons crawling out of the abyss. Their internal organs and intestines were being dragged around. Just thinking about it made one feel cold all over, not to mention seeing it with one's own eyes. The black gunpowder and bronze cannons destroyed everything in their path. In an instant, they brought an indescribable disaster to the enemy's ship. As soon as they appeared, they dominated the entire battlefield in an invincible manner, leaving the enemy with no hope of victory. These primitive firearms were not to be underestimated. Although their power and lethality were not necessarily much stronger than the ballista, the visual effect and deafening sound were definitely not something that could be matched by mechanical power. During the Opium War, the British only sent a third-tier and a fourth-tier battleship to the Qing dynasty, and they were able to beat the rotten Qing dynasty into paying reparations and surrendering. A third-tier battleship was only equipped with 60 to 80 cannons, while a fourth-tier battleship only had 50 or so cannons. The Eye of Mystical was equivalent to a third-tier battleship to a fourth-tier battleship. In this world, it could be called a giant at sea. Without the help of powerful spells, no ship could pose a threat to it, because before they could enter its effective range, they would be smashed to pieces by the terrifying power of the bronze cannons. It could be said that from the ballista, catapults, ballista, bows, and other cold weapons to the relatively mature guns and cannons, there was a gap of an entire era. Not to mention, André was using granular gunpowder and the most scientific formula. The sea was not the land. Even if one's reflexes were sharp enough to avoid the whistling cannonballs, one could not prevent the heavy cannonballs from sinking the ship. Once there was no foothold, even the most powerful feudal knights and warriors could only sink to the bottom of the sea to feed the fishes, especially when they were wearing shiny metal armor. As long as they fell into the water, they would sink faster than anyone else. Chapter 399. Seeing that the enemy had completely collapsed under the bombardment, Bartholomew immediately raised the weapon in his hand and shouted, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" In this battle, we don't need to plunder wealth or captives. Kill them all. We must not let them escape. Musketeers, listen up. Ready. Fire. Bang! 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 Following his order, the musketeers who had been prepared for a long time shot at the crew on the deck as the two ships passed by each other. For a moment, the roar of the bronze muskets was loud, and a large number of enemies who had not recovered from the bombardment were shot and fell to the ground. Among them, two feudal knights thought that they were strong and wanted to rely on their physical strength to jump onto the eye of the Arcane to launch a counterattack. But unfortunately, as soon as their feet left the deck, they were immediately blasted to pieces by the grape-shot shot from the cannons. Not even a complete corpse was left. Massacre. It was a complete massacre. The enemy did not even have the chance to react before they were directly pressed to the ground and beaten up. In the blink of an eye, two ships were riddled with holes by the cannons. The internal structure completely collapsed and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The other warships that tried to escape the battlefield were not any better. They were either bathed in blood by the grape shot and musketeers, or had their masts broken by chain bullets, becoming live targets floating on the sea. Perhaps it was the bloody scene in front of her that made Eunice, who had the demon bloodline, feel a trace of excitement. Or perhaps she liked the thrill of unscrupulously torturing and killing her opponents. In short, her eyes flashed with a chilling light, and at the same time, she used the tip of her pink tongue to gently lick her seductive lips. She muttered softly, "Oh, painful whale's scarlet blood, and the most beautiful despair and death. I'm so moved that I'm about to cry." Many of the surrounding crew members heard these words, and their expressions changed drastically. One by one, they quietly moved to the side, an expression of disgust and fear appearing on their faces. They couldn't imagine how twisted and sick a woman's mind was to have such a sigh. No matter how beautiful she was or how sexy her figure was, they had to stay away from her. In fact, this was not the first time Eunice had shown her evil tendencies in public. In the past, she had often used cruel methods to torture her opponents. She even deliberately did not kill her opponents, but used her whip to tear apart every inch of their skin bit by bit. It had to be said that this was obviously a little too cruel. Andre felt that it was likely to be because of the succubus bloodline in her body. According to the records in the Book of the Devil, succubi loved torture and interrogation very much. Coupled with their beautiful appearance that mortals could not resist, as well as their powerful charm, they were definitely experts in interrogation. Regarding this point, the investigation of the spies of other forces on the deserted islands some time ago had already proved it. After all, it was not a simple task to select suspicious targets from nearly 2,000 sailors, then investigate them one by one, and finally confirm who were the real spies and who were misunderstood. An ordinary person would need more than 2 months to complete this task. However, Eunice had an unparalleled talent in this aspect. In just one day and one night, she had simply combed through them once. Not only did she eliminate more than 10 spies from various forces, but she also interrogated a lot of useful information. Without a doubt, it was the succubus bloodline in her body that played a role. As the saying goes, everything has its pros and cons. Even if Andre hated his subordinate's character of causing trouble from time to time, he had to accommodate her for helping to deal with some shady matters. However, accommodating wasn't the same as indulging, especially when it was in public. Thinking of this, he directly raised his hand and blessed the half-demon with the level 1 arcane spell Mage Armor, the level 2 arcane spell Bull's Strength, and the level 2 arcane spell Agility. Then he ordered in a low voice, "Go to the opposite ship and search. Capture a high-ranking captive and bring me back. I need to know why they are chasing after that paddle boat. Please rest assured, my dear master, I will definitely handle this matter beautifully. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." After saying that, Eunice swayed her plump buttocks and came closer, whispering softly in his ear. Moreover, when she left, she took the opportunity to lick his earlobe. Then, with a leap, she jumped more than 20 meters and landed firmly on the deck of the enemy ship. As a Teflon who had completely activated her bloodline power, her cells, bones, and muscles had long surpassed the limits of a human. Her seemingly slender arms, slender legs, and graceful figure all contained unimaginable explosive power. Even the Olympic Games champions on Earth could not compare to her. After landing, she madly laughed as she activated her unparalleled mowing mode. Anyone who had not died, yet was slaughtered in a terrifying manner. Blood splattered everywhere she passed. The king's blood sword seemed to sense this bloody feast, and the dark red sword emitted a resplendent light. The blood on the ground seemed to be attracted by some special energy, and slowly gathered at the wielder's feet. Eunice was completely enveloped by the bloodlust transmitted by the sword, and she was like a demon king who had walked out of the abyss. She elegantly walked through the pools of blood and corpses while harvesting the lives of the survivors. Moreover, there was always a strange smile on her face, coupled with her demonic appearance and the tale behind her. Even the crew on the Arcane, I felt their hearts tremble. Bartholomew wiped the sweat from his forehead and carefully asked, "Sir, are you sure she's fine like this? Will there be any side effects, such as losing control?" Andre smiled and shook his head. "It's fine. She's my servant, so I naturally have a way to control her. Moreover, even if she completely loses control, I can easily subdue her. Well, let's not worry about her for now. Let's send the rest of the warships to the bottom of the sea. I hope the Kyrgyz family won't die of anger after losing so many family soldiers and knights. Otherwise, it will be a lot less fun in the future. As you wish, I'll go and command the cannoneers to sink them all." After saying that, Bartholomew bowed deeply and turned to command the crew to draw a successful conclusion to the sudden naval battle. Although he was greatly frightened by the terrifying performance of the half-demon, he quickly adjusted his state of mind. He shouted for the helmsman to turn the Arcane eye around and aimed it at one of the enemy ships. Then he gave the order to fire. Chapter 400. As everyone knew, a sailboat that had lost its mast was tantamount to a live target. It could neither escape nor make any form of counterattack. It could only watch helplessly as heavy lead bullets fell from the sky, riddling the entire ship with holes. Some of the smarter ones immediately took off their armor without saying a word and jumped into the sea with empty barrels in their arms, hoping to escape the disaster. Perhaps in normal times, there was a certain chance of being rescued if they jumped into the water, but unfortunately, they did not know that Andre had no intention of letting anyone leave alive from the beginning. So, even the crew members who jumped into the sea were mercilessly shot by the musketeers. In the blink of an eye, the sea was full of corpses. In the next few minutes, Bartholomew commanded the Eye of Arcane to fire at the remaining ships one by one. At the same time, he repeatedly patrolled the surroundings, ordering the sailors to attack the objects floating on the sea. After ensuring that there were no survivors, he slowly docked next to the enemy ship that Eunice was on. At this time, apart from a large number of corpses, broken planks, and a mess of supplies on the sea, there were only sharks attracted by the smell of blood. Now, even if there were living people in the water, they could not hope to escape, because the sharks would devour all flesh and blood. This naval battle came so suddenly and ended so quickly that the people on the oars behind did not even have a chance to attack. They were completely shocked by the terrifying combat power of the Eye of Arcane. By the time they came back to their senses, everything had already come to an end. Looking at the sea that was completely dyed red with blood, as well as the great white sharks devouring the corpses, a man in his 30s with a white headscarf wrapped around his head muttered in disbelief, "Great God of the desert, Akamala, bless us. Fortunately, this ship is not our enemy, and it's the enemy of the enemy. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have died without a burial place today. Yeah, the weapons on that ship are really terrifying. With the deafening roar and the terrifying flames, a warship full of elite soldiers was sunk in the blink of an eye. It's completely like the powerful alchemical weapons of the ancient magical civilization in the Bard's stories. Another middle-aged man, with a beard, nodded in agreement. Although the naval battle lasted for a very short time, only about 10 minutes to be exact, and what followed was a one-sided massacre, he still clearly saw the spectacular scene of dozens of cannons firing at the same time. His mind was greatly stimulated, and he was still unable to calm down, even now. You're right. I can't believe that the powerful fleet that chased us for more than half a month was so easily sent to the bottom of the sea. There were so many warriors above the 5th level, feudal knights, and a large number of elite soldiers on it, but they didn't even have a chance to fight back. At this point, the man with the white headscarf glanced at the Arcane, eye not far ahead with lingering fear. His eyes were filled with boundless fear. He was well aware of the limits of the paddle boat he was on. Perhaps he could increase the speed of the paddle boat by rowing it for a short period of time and shake off the pursuers behind, but there was always a limit to a person's physical strength, especially in the deep sea where the wind and waves were relatively stronger. It wouldn't take long for the enemy to catch up with them bit by bit. In fact, after such a long chase, everyone on the ship was very tired. Perhaps in a few more days, they would have to face a cruel battle with no chance of survival. In the end, they would become one of the countless souls buried in the sea. But no one would have thought that fate would actually play a little joke on them, just when despair was about to befall them. A huge ship that came out of nowhere saved the lives of everyone on the ship, and also launched a bloody massacre on the pursuing warship. The terrifying alchemical weapons were constantly emitting thunderous sounds, and in the blink of an eye, the enemy was reduced to ashes. Everything was just like a dream. The middle-aged man noticed that his leader's eyes were full of worry, and immediately lowered his voice and asked, "Eurus, you are everyone's leader. Tell me, what should we do in this situation? Should we turn around and leave, or should we follow our etiquette and go forward to express our gratitude, and then offer a precious gift?" The man called Eurus shook his head with a wry smile. "Sorry, brother, my mind is in a mess right now. I don't know how to deal with such a complicated situation. There is no doubt that the people on that huge ship shouldn't be hostile to us. Otherwise, they could have launched an attack on us the first time they met. Obviously, they didn't do that. Instead, they took the initiative to meet the pursuers behind them and slaughtered them with thunderous methods. They didn't show the slightest bit of mercy or hesitation. Even the sailors who jumped into the sea were not spared. It can be seen that there must be a very deep hatred between the two sides. It is very likely that it is a family feud. Otherwise, they would absolutely not use such cruel means. He had no idea that Andre was just doing it on a whim. So, while analyzing the motive of the Eye of Arcane, he forced himself to calm down and find a solution as soon as possible. Everyone had seen the battle just now and remembered it in their hearts. None of them had the slightest intention of becoming enemies with them, because that would be purely courting death. Even if about half of the people on the ship had professional levels, and a few of them had combat strength comparable to the powerful feudal knights, they would be useless if they couldn't get close to the enemy. After all, there were many warriors and knights in heavy armor in the pursuing fleet. But now, what happened to them? Either their armor was too cumbersome, and they sank to the bottom of the sea and drowned, or they were torn to pieces by the swarming sharks. No matter how powerful their combat strength was, it was useless. There was no other way. After all, humans were not aquatic races, such as murlocs. Once they fell into the water, they would not be able to use their strength, no matter how powerful they were. Unless they were some melee professions above level 17 who had awakened a special talent, they would have to resign themselves to their fate. I remember there is a saying in the great Kamla Desert: the friend of a friend is a friend, the enemy of a friend is an enemy, the friend of an enemy is an enemy, and the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Since that huge ship is the enemy of the enemy, it should naturally be a friend. According to the doctrine, since the other party has saved everyone's lives, we must offer a precious gift and express our gratitude in person. The middle-aged man considered for a long time, gritted his teeth, and put forward his opinion. A shirtless, brawny man nodded gently and agreed in a low voice. "I think Idris is right. Why don't we put down the boat first, bring a box of jewels that we snatched, and send a messenger to contact them?" Chapter 401. All right, we'll do as you say. I'll bring along a chest of jewels that I snatched from the Blood Marquis, and personally see who the owner of that giant ship is. I'll also see if he can provide us with any help. After saying that, Euros immediately waved his hand behind him. Not long after, 2 crew members carried a small wooden chest onto the deck and went straight to their leader. Without saying a word, they opened the lid. Dazzling rays of light instantly emerged from the chest. Taking a closer look, it was filled with all kinds of gemstones, whole pieces of jade, and nail-sized pearls. Gold jewels could only be considered the cheapest things here, but their value was definitely not to be underestimated. Looking at the priceless jewels in the chest, Euros sighed slightly. He stepped forward and closed the chest, then immediately ordered his men to lower the small boat. Taking the 2 crew members and the wooden chest, he slowly sailed towards the eye of Arcane. On the other side, Andre was sitting in the captain's cabin, staring coldly at the captive who was kneeling on the ground and trembling incessantly. After a full minute, he began to ask in an indifferent tone, "Tell me your name, age, family situation, and why are you chasing after that paddle boat? What kind of trick is Kyrgyzstan up to? Please remember, you only have one chance. If you answer incorrectly or don't say a word, then I'll immediately hand you over to that lady to be dealt with. I believe you already have some understanding of her methods, don't you?" The captive's fearful eyes secretly shot a glance at Eunice standing at the door, and immediately nodded desperately like a chick eating rice. Of course. I promise to tell you everything I know, just don't hand me over to that demon. I beg you, I don't want to die yet, and I don't want to fall into the demon's hands. Hee, then what are you waiting for? Let's get started. I can't wait to hear the cause and effect of the whole thing. Saying that, Andre leaned forward slightly, propping his chin with his hand, looking like he was listening attentively. He was very clear that the half-demon had already carried out a cruel massacre on the only remaining enemy ship. The guy kneeling on the ground was the only survivor, and at the same time, he was also a captain. His spirit had suffered a huge blow, and almost without much interrogation, he took the initiative to say what he knew. In his previous life, Andre had heard a saying that violence could not solve any problem. All conflicts were best solved through negotiation and negotiation. But in reality, this was the biggest lie of a shameless scholar. Because they hate violence, they are afraid that one day powerful violence will be inflicted on them. So they try their best to distort the truth and say that what is right is wrong. In the real world, violence could be said to be the best, fastest, most thorough, and most effective way to solve problems. It could completely solve all problems. There was only one reason why it couldn't be solved, and that was because you weren't violent enough. Just think about it. When Europeans colonized North America, if they didn't kill all the indigenous Indians, how could the United States achieve its glory in the 20th and 21st centuries? Perhaps just the racial conflict alone was enough to make the seemingly powerful United States fall into a state of disintegration. How could they have the time to be the world's police? Violence instilled fear in people. Violence could intimidate the enemy. Violence could completely obliterate the enemy's body and soul. It was very obvious that Eunice had learned by herself how to display her cold, ruthless, and bloodthirsty side to make the enemy feel the violence that existed in every cell of her. Then, she would plant fear in the hearts of the survivors, causing them to have countless associations the moment they saw her. They would tremble from head to toe and not even have the strength to torture them. Listening to the captive's endless narration, Andre quickly understood the whole story. It turned out that after he left Linton City, the mercenary group that brought back the bear and hound cubs met with misfortune. First, they were kicked out by the Whale Merchant Group's auction house. Not only did they not get their share of the profits, but they were also expelled for causing trouble. Just as they were about to helplessly make another move, they met the furious Kyrgyz. Everyone in Linton City knew that the Marquis of Blood never liked reason, so they became the target of his anger. After much effort, they barely managed to escape by boat, and waited for an opportunity to attack a villa in the outskirts of Kyrgyz, successfully stealing all the treasures inside. Their residence was invaded by a group of lowly mercenaries. This was an unbearable humiliation for any noble, not to mention that it had always been the Kyrgyz who bullied others. How could they allow others to step on their heads and shit on them? Without any hesitation, he sent all the warships of his family to pursue them. He even went out to sea himself, swearing to capture these audacious bastards alive, and used the cruelest methods to torture them to death. At the same time, he would recover his lost wealth. The 6 warships destroyed today were just the vanguard. The real main force was yet to come. After obtaining the information he wanted, Andre knew that the captive before him was of no use. He immediately signaled to Eunice, who was standing by the door. The latter quickly understood and let out a cold smile. She immediately raised her whip and strangled the captive's neck. Using her leather boots, she cleanly broke the unlucky captive's spine and trachea. Looking at the captive's round eyes and his expression of yearning for life, Andre sighed rather helplessly. In truth, he wasn't someone who liked to kill, but the current situation didn't allow for any mercy. The slightest carelessness would cause him to lose the initiative he had risked so much to obtain, especially since the attack just now was completely against the laws of Linton City. If news of this were to leak out, the consequences could be quite severe. One had to know that the cruelty of battles in the noble circle was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As long as some sensitive, unspoken rules weren't violated, the victors could do whatever they wanted. Not only could they win everything, but they would also win the respect of other families. They wouldn't have to worry about their own safety for a long time. In comparison, the fate of the losers was much more miserable. Often, they couldn't even guarantee the lives of their families. Some even had to give their wives and daughters to their enemies in exchange for a chance to survive. The ruling class of Orair wasn't as glorious as the commoners imagined. While they enjoyed a lot of privileges and a rich life, they also had to bear the corresponding responsibilities and dangers. Ensuring the continuation of the family was the top priority of every noble, no matter the time. Chapter 4:02. Even though Andre hadn't completely assimilated into this class and didn't have the so-called glory of their ancestors to protect, like the other nobles, he didn't have a large family to burden him and could leave at any moment. However, that wasn't the case for the Mariel family behind Crowley and Anastasia. As an ancient noble with hundreds of years of history, Marie had already spread his influence throughout the Green Sea Alliance. Adding all the branches together, he definitely had more than 200 relatives. Therefore, every decision he made had to consider the safety of these 2 women. Therefore, when he gave the order to kill them, he didn't hesitate at all. He was as cold as a cruel butcher, completely different from the friendliness he had shown in lonely mountain town. In fact, as a transmigrator who had seen the dark side of society in his previous life, Andre didn't think of himself as a kind person. To be more precise, his standards for good and evil were completely different from most people in this world. He could happily help the poor around him, but he could also kill them when they violated his bottom line. Everything was done from the perspective of benefits. As long as it didn't violate his core interests, it was fine. But if it did, the demon hidden in his heart would be instantly resurrected. For most people, good and evil didn't need to be separated so clearly. Human nature had always been complicated. There was a kind side, and there was also a selfish side. Which side was shown depended on the specific situation. After more than half a month of unbridled pillaging at sea, Andre had obtained a lot of good things. Not to mention the magic items and blueprints, just the undistributed experience alone had already accumulated more than 36,000 points. He was still 20,000 points away from becoming a 9th rank mage. At this rate, he would be able to start learning 5th rank arcane spells by the time the trade war was over. Of course, the price was not small. The cold-blooded slaughter had changed the neutral side from good to absolute neutral. If not for the fact that both sides were in a state of war and that there were no innocent civilians among the dead, it would have gone one step further and become a neutral evil. Don't underestimate this point. In Orire, any priest could cast a detection spell. The one cast by good priests was called Detect Evil, while the one cast by evil priests was called Detect Good. As the name implied, it displayed the good and evil status of the target so that everyone around could clearly see it. Among them, the evil ones would appear red, the good ones would appear white, and the neutral ones would appear translucent. Obviously, with this kind of magic, it was clear who was a good person and who was a bad person. It was impossible to disguise. Andre didn't want to be labeled as a bad guy, so he was very careful not to step into the evil faction. Otherwise, it might be very troublesome in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise his head and glance at the corpse on the floor. Sighing again, he warned Eunice, "Remember, the next time you break someone's neck, drag them to the deck first. Don't leave the smell of blood in the captain's cabin." In addition, he was not allowed to act as crazy as he did today in front of so many people in the future. Look at the sailors on the ship. They're all frightened by you. Perhaps because she had completely embraced the succubus bloodline, Eunice's character was becoming more and more unpredictable. It was obvious that she was developing towards the chaotic faction, and from time to time, she would be a little neurotic, which was really a headache. "No problem, I'll pay attention next time." Eunice shrugged her shoulders indifferently. She didn't take the warning to heart at all. Just when Andre frowned and was about to teach this half-demon a lesson, the door of the captain's cabin was suddenly pushed open. As the vice-captain, Bartholomew rushed in and shouted while gasping for breath, "Your Excellency, the paddle boat sent a messenger, saying that they are very grateful for your help. At the same time, they want to meet you personally to express their gratitude." Oh, after witnessing the battle just now, they didn't run away. Instead, they came to find us. It seems that this mercenary group is really as daring as the rumors say. No wonder they dared to rob the Marquis of Blood. After saying that, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of unknown meaning. It was unknown whether he was sighing with emotion or mocking the other party for overestimating himself. But after a little consideration, he still decided to listen to what the messenger had to say. So he nodded without moving. "Bring them over. It just so happens that I also want to see what their purpose is." "Understood. Please wait a moment." Bartholomew bowed slightly and quickly turned to leave. After a while, he appeared at the door of the captain's cabin with a man of about 30 years old with a white headscarf wrapped around his head. Following behind them were two bare-chested sailors with bronze-colored skin. Judging from the proportion of their facial features, their cheekbones were obviously very high, and they were not of the people around Linton City. They were carrying a rather heavy wooden box in their hands, which was filled with either precious metals such as gold or even more precious gems. Andre sized up the other party and quickly noticed that this person's index finger and thumb were tightly pressed together. His wrist and forearm were stretched out in a straight line. His right arm was a full circle thicker than his left arm, filled with explosive strength. There was no doubt that he was a warrior who was proficient in using one-handed weapons, and his profession level was definitely not low. And this man also stared at Andre with wide eyes, unable to hide the shock on his face. He didn't dare to believe that the captain of such a huge ship with off-the-charts was actually an underage boy. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The two of them stared at each other for more than a minute. In the end, Bartholomew couldn't stand it anymore, so he deliberately coughed and smiled as he introduced, "Ahem, sir, this is the captain of the Sandstorm Mercenary Group, Eurus Sadat. He's a level 5 warrior and level 3 bandit." "I'm very sorry, Sir Captain. I was a little distracted. You should know that the sea battle just now was so spectacular and fierce, especially the terrifying flames from the alchemy weapons. It was like the roar of a demon from the abyss. And you're so young, so it's natural that you're surprised." After saying that, Eurus Sadat put one hand on his chest and bowed deeply. From his tone and politeness, it was obvious that this person had received a certain degree of education. In addition, he came from the turbulent Kamla Desert, so his identity wasn't as simple as a captain of a mercenary group. Chapter 403. It doesn't matter. Anyone who sees me will inevitably have a certain degree of doubt. It's completely understandable. My name is Andre. I believe you've stayed in Lincoln City for some time, so you should have heard of this name. Let's cut the crap and get straight to the point. After all, that was only the vanguard fleet of the Blood Marquis. I believe his main force should be nearby. We're not safe right now. As a cool-headed mage, Andre was well aware of how vengeful people like Kyrgyzstan were. They would immediately realize what had happened once they discovered the wooden planks floating on the surface of the sea. If he didn't leave this region of the sea as soon as possible, the consequences would be very likely to be caught red-handed. Then he would have to face them head-on. It would be quite troublesome regardless of the outcome. Moreover, although the eye of Arcane was powerful, it wasn't invincible. After all, it was still made of wood, and its defensive capabilities were quite limited. If it was hit by a large number of ballistae, it might even fall apart. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. In the current situation, it was definitely not the time to show off. Andre, you're that legendary genius mage, the Grandmaster of Potions. Andre? Eurus' eyes were wide open as he asked in an incredulous tone. After the genius potion and hero potion began to enter the market in small quantities, Andre's reputation as a master potion master became more and more resounding, and it began to spread rapidly to the surrounding areas. Basically, there was no one who didn't know of him. It could be said that everything was going according to the original plan. In the absence of external interference, the actual results were much better than expected. At least, the expression of this man in front of him could explain a lot of things. "That's right, it's me. Tell me, why did you take the risk to see me? Or did you encounter some trouble that you need help with?" Andre asked with a smile. He could easily draw two conclusions from the other party's chapped lips and dull complexion. One of them was that the supplies on the paddle boat had run out. Not only did they not have enough water, but they also did not have enough food. Otherwise, the physical condition of an 8th-level professional would not be so bad. The second point was that the members of the paddle boat had probably reached their physical limits. After fleeing day and night on the sea for a long time, they were unable to sleep peacefully. They looked very nervous and would look around vigilantly at the slightest movement, as if they were looking for an escape route. Humans were not machines. They could not bear unlimited pressure. Once they reached a certain critical point, they could have a mental breakdown in minutes. They would either become a complete lunatic or choose to commit suicide under great pressure. There was no doubt that Euros was on the verge of collapse. Both his body and spirit had reached their limits. He had relied on his powerful willpower as a senior professional to hold on until now. His bloodshot eyes and sunken eye sockets were enough to show that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Andre did not know whether it was due to faith, obsession, or heavy responsibility. But in short, this guy in front of him relied on some kind of firm will to forcibly burn his own life force, and his fighting strength did not show any signs of decline. In particular, the slightly bulging blood vessels under his skin were very thick, and the blood flow speed was more than twice that of ordinary people. If it was not for the fact that opium had not been discovered in the continent, he would have suspected that this man in front of him was using stimulants. Euros did not care that people were looking at him strangely. He smiled and bowed, then waved to the two followers behind him. The latter immediately understood. They carried the wooden box forward and opened the lid without saying anything. In an instant, the captain's cabin was filled with dazzling light reflecting from the gold, silver, and jewels inside. Even Chloe, the daughter of a rich family, was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Bartholomew and Eunice were so excited that their faces turned red. In front of such a huge amount of wealth, no one could remain calm except for the elven druid Nina. If it were not for the fact that there were no other sailors in the room, there might have been a riot. Staring at the large amount of jewels in the box, the corner of Andre's mouth twitched involuntarily. He raised his head and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "A gift to express our gratitude for your help in times of danger. Please don't reject it," Euros replied in a solemn tone. As a devout believer of Akamala, the god of the desert, he had always kept in mind the instructions in the scriptures to express his most sincere gratitude to his Savior. At the same time, he also gave the most valuable box of treasures on the ship as a gift. Although the god of the desert had disappeared for countless years, his descendants in the mortal world still regarded him as an object of worship and faith. In the great Kamla desert, there was no god who had more believers than Akamala. The loyalty brought by the bloodline was far beyond the imagination of anyone, including the gods. "Just a gift of thanks? No other requests?" Andre asked as he looked into the eyes of the other party. One had to know that the total value of this small box of gold and jewels was likely to exceed 300,000 gold coins. The precious and rare jewels were definitely not ordinary goods that could be bought casually in the market. It would take at least a few generations to slowly collect and accumulate them. Moreover, many of them were antiques, so their value could not be measured by money. Only a fool would believe that someone would give such an expensive gift to express their gratitude. Although the gold and jewels in the box were tempting, it would not be worth it to get into big trouble because of a moment of greed. After a period of accumulation, Andre was no longer the poor boy who had just arrived in Linton City. Every month, he could get 150,000 to 200,000 gold coins from the table salt trade. In addition to the unscrupulous looting at sea for the past half a month, the value of the goods alone was worth more than 1,000,000 gold coins. In addition to the above, there was also the ransom from the captives and the money from the sale of the ship. In total, there was not much difference between 1.5 million and 2 million gold coins. In addition, the Black Lily Gang was gradually getting on the right track, and the monthly profits would only increase. No matter the time, it was human nature to pursue sensory stimulation. The more chaotic the situation was, the better the business in places like gambling, brothels, and underground coliseums. The so-called gray areas were places that provided all kinds of stimulation. As long as there were rich people in the world, there would never be a lack of business. Chapter 404. With so much income, Andre naturally wouldn't be tempted by a box of gold, silver, and jewels. Even if the jewels had a special meaning to mages, such as creating magical items or storing arcane spells, his eyes didn't show any greed. They were still filled with wisdom. Eurus obviously noticed this and nodded to himself. He then licked his dry lips and smiled bitterly. Your wisdom and insight make me feel extremely ashamed. That's right, I'm not only here to express my gratitude, but also to ask for help. Our people have been fleeing on the sea for a long time. The food and wine on the ship were all used up 4 days ago. We can only rely on fishing to barely fill our stomachs. There are also countless warships chasing after us. We can't even rest well. If it's possible, we would like to ask for your protection. For this, we are willing to give you 70% of our treasures. Of course, if you have difficulties and can't provide us with protection, you can also give us some supplies. We are willing to pay 20 times the price on land. Having said that, he stared at Andre with expectant eyes, intensely hoping for an affirmative answer. The sea was cruel. Although it brought people abundant food and innumerable wealth, it also brought with it something even more terrifying than death. That was the loss of food and water. There was a saying that went, "Saving the emperor is the most meritorious deed." As one of the basic biological needs of living creatures, eating and drinking were instinctive. Perhaps many people had tried not eating for a day or two and thought that it was nothing, but in reality, this wasn't the case. In the thousands of years of Earth's history, it had been proven countless times that humans were unable to resist the erosion of hunger. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cases of people eating their own kind, eating insects, eating tree bark, eating soil, eating feces, and even eating their own flesh and drinking their own blood. Hunger was so terrifying that it could make the most strong-willed person lose all rationality and return to their wild instincts. Anything that could fill their stomachs would be stuffed into their mouths and chewed with all their might. As for the taste of water being cut off, it was even more terrifying, especially on the sea surface where the temperature was very high in the south. You would feel like there was a ball of fire in your mouth, constantly burning your throat and mouth. Not long after, you would start to hallucinate. As a transmigrator, Andre knew better than anyone else the horror of a water and food shortage. At the same time, he was secretly cheering for the man in front of him. Under the extreme conditions of a water and food shortage for 4 consecutive days, he could still maintain his rationality and maintain the morale of the people on the ship without collapsing. He could definitely be called a top talent. It should be known that when a person was in a state of despair, they could do almost anything. Anyone who could lead a team to persevere in such a state either had strength that made others believe in them, or they had a high prestige, or they had both. Of course, the fact that the other party was able to hold on until now was probably related to their previous living environment. After all, people from the desert Earth generally had strong tolerance, especially when it came to hunger, thirst, and hot weather. After a few seconds of consideration, Andre glanced at the jewels and gold in the box. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. He asked softly, "How many people are there in total?" 224 people. They were all elite fighters, but because they have been starving for too many days, there are less than 30 people who can maintain their combat strength. Eurus replied with an extremely pained voice. In his opinion, these elite warriors did not fall gloriously on the battlefield, but were defeated by hunger. It was simply an unbearable humiliation. If it was not for the continuation of the tribe, he would definitely have chosen to fight to the death instead of running away like a mouse. Andre noticed a flash of unwillingness and anger in the other party's eyes and nodded thoughtfully. I don't doubt your combat strength at all. After all, a mercenary group that can fight with bears and hounds in the forest and bring back a cub must have excellent combat strength and tacit cooperation. But I'm a little curious. What made you take such a huge risk to leave your hometown and come to the distant Lincoln City? Although Andre had heard many rumors about this mercenary group, he still needed to ask in person to set the tone for the following conversation. In fact, he had the intention to recruit them long ago, but he never found the opportunity. After all, a group of strong mercenaries without any foundation in Lincoln City was a target worth paying attention to for any noble with enough financial resources. If he could recruit them under his banner, his strength would instantly increase tremendously. Mercenaries were not adventurers. The latter would at most move in small groups, usually with no more than 10 people. They were more adept at fierce battles in small areas. Once there were too many of them, not only would they not increase their combat strength, but they could also fall into chaos. The former, on the other hand, were soldiers through and through. They were proficient in at least one type of combat formation and had long-term contracts with their employers. Sometimes they would help clear out the surrounding areas of monsters, and sometimes they would participate in wars between countries. Basically, every one of them was an elite veteran who had killed more than 10 people. They knew how to make use of the advantage of a group and were completely equivalent to an organized army. This was especially true for the leader of the mercenary group. Almost every one of them was an outstanding commander in battle. Not only did they have outstanding insight, but they also had a keen sense of the battlefield. Otherwise, they would not be able to last long in a chaotic battle. It could be said that in this line of work, the longer one lived, the stronger one's abilities would be and the more experience they would have. However, most of the local mercenary groups were inextricably linked to the nearby nobles and were basically difficult to recruit. Andre now had 350 cavalrymen and 500 heavy-armored warriors, but he still lacked a commander who was proficient in battle formations. Even though he had achieved glorious victories in the previous few medium-scale battles, those were all due to the geographical advantage. Coupled with his powerful arcane powers, he was not arrogant enough to think that he was qualified to be a general in the era of cold weapons. At the very beginning, Andre had planned to find one or two candidates from the city defense army or the knights, and then use a large sum of money to poach them from Lincoln City. However, after careful investigation, he was surprised to find that those who had the ability to lead troops in battle were either members of a large noble family or retainers of a large noble family. There was not a single person from a small noble family or a commoner background. Chapter 405. Knowledge, especially the knowledge of battle formations, was completely in the hands of a small number of nobles in this world. Generally speaking, it was the elders who taught the juniors and taught them step by step. It was almost impossible for the commoners to learn. Even a noble like Lady Anasta of West Xia could not find a talent who could be called a general. Only a few feudal knights, who could barely command small-scale battles, could hold the fort. There was a saying that went, "It's easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but hard to find a general." Whether it was in the era of cold weapons or the era of hot weapons, an excellent commander was an indispensable guarantee of victory. Especially the former, it relied more on the commander's commanding ability, on-the-spot command, and reaction speed. Moreover, the commander's psychological quality was absolutely strong. Otherwise, the slightest mistake would lead to a complete defeat. It was absolutely not something that any random person could do. Although most of the feudal knights had received a certain degree of tactical training during their apprenticeship, the actual effect was not particularly good. More than 90% of the knights could only command 50 to 100 people in small-scale battles after graduation. Once the number of people exceeded 500, they would show their true colors in minutes. As for Andre himself, he was better at planning and strategizing. Personally commanding battles on the battlefield was not something he should do. Besides, in Orir, those who could become generals were usually powerful close combat professionals. Only in this way could those rebellious feudal knights and senior warriors be subdued. Otherwise, they would not obey orders obediently. However, recruiting talents was not easy at all, especially high-end talents who could lead armies in battles. If one didn't put in some effort to understand what the other party wanted, whether one could give it to them, and whether one's personality was compatible with the other party. Generally speaking, this was a two-way choice. It was like the boss of a big company who had taken a fancy to a talent and wanted to recruit him as his employee. The only way was to show his strength, such as a generous salary, commission, shares of the company, and so on. Moreover, he had to ensure that this person had enough space to show off his abilities. Similarly, recruiting a commander in this world was similar. On one hand, he had to let the other party recognize his strength. On the other hand, he had to give the other party enough respect and give the other party enough power. Of course, things like conditions could be discussed slowly. Right now, the most important thing was to understand what this mercenary leader from the distant desert desired. Only after knowing what he wanted could they make the right decision. It was obviously not easy to answer Andre's question. Eurus frowned as he tried to organize his words. After a full 5 minutes, he finally explained in a bitter tone, just like the rumors said, "We originally lived in the Kamla Desert for generations, in an oasis near the sea. Every day, according to the teachings of the church, we farmed, herded, prayed, and had children. We lived a peaceful life where the sun rose and the sun set. However, the desert never lacked ambitious people, nor did it lack greedy vultures. Half a year ago, our homeland was ambushed by a large group of desert bandits. More than half of our 10,000 people were killed in the chaotic battle, especially the adult warriors. More than 70% of them died. Only a small portion of them managed to escape. That was the origin of the Sandstorm Mercenary Group. We passed through the vast desert and arrived at the most prosperous port city in the desert, the jewel of the desert, Kamla City. However, this city was obviously not very friendly to outsiders. To be more precise, it was somewhat repulsive. People from other places had to spend money just to drink water, and the price of food was even more expensive. The wealth that we brought with us when we escaped was not enough to feed so many elderly, women, and children. Helpless, I could only lead the rest of the adult males and form a mercenary group. After all, this was the fastest way to earn money. Furthermore, we didn't need much capital. Our weapons and armor were already made. As for why I came to Linton City, it was mainly because I heard that this city was the wealthiest in the entire southern region. I felt that we should be able to earn more money. As you can see, just as we were about to earn a large sum of money, a mishap occurred. 2 bearhounds attacked the auction house. Not only did they cause a terrible disaster, they also unintentionally offended the Marquis of Blood. There were 340 of us when we came, but now only 200 are left. The rest either fell in the dangerous forest or died of festering wounds, high fever, heat stroke, starvation, dehydration, and so on. Even though we managed to snatch quite a bit of wealth with our current situation, if we don't receive any help, I'm afraid that we'll all die in the vast sea. There's no chance for us to bring them back." After patiently listening to these words, Andre instantly understood what the other party desired the most. The corners of his mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. "In that case, your original intention was to earn money to feed your remaining tribesmen and lead them to a new land where they could live and reproduce. Am I right?" Eurus nodded lightly. "That's right. On one hand, I worked so hard to earn money to feed the surviving women, elders, and children. On the other hand, I was also accumulating travel expenses to find a place to live. There are simply too few oases in the Great Desert. A tribe like ours that has just been defeated simply doesn't have the right to live there. If we don't want to disappear into history like the other defeated tribes, we have to leave our homeland and find a new place to live. Looks like you're a very open-minded leader. At least you're more open-minded than most people. At the same time, you're also very courageous and know how to judge the situation. It's just that your luck isn't that good. I've heard that many people would rather endure hunger, poverty, disease, and ignorance than leave the place where they were born. It's really not easy for you to do this. As a transmigrator who came from the era of information explosion, Andre knew best how difficult it was to convince a group of people who had never traveled so far to start a new life in a completely new environment. Therefore, he was generous with his praise, his eyes revealing a trace of unconcealable admiration. Thank you, I was forced to do this. After all, if there was a second choice, who would be willing to take such a huge risk and migrate? Eurus said as he spread out his hands with a bitter smile. In this land that was filled with danger, even staying in the city was very likely to lead to an unnatural death. Not to mention the countless ferocious beasts, large numbers of bandits, and all sorts of monsters in the wild. In addition to the harsh natural environment, a migration often meant that half or even 2/3 of the population would die. In some extreme cases, it was not uncommon for the entire population to die. Chapter 406. There was no doubt that a person who had the courage to make such a choice was impeccable in terms of courage. He was the kind of person who would rather die in a fierce battle than surrender to the enemy. Obviously, Andre appreciated this kind of character very much. A satisfied expression appeared on his face as he stood up and paced back and forth. He asked very seriously, "Since your goal is to help your tribe find a place to settle down, does that mean that if I provide such a place, you and your mercenary group will serve me and pledge your loyalty to me? Are you trying to recruit us?" Eurus didn't expect this at all. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a panicked expression. He even stuttered a little when he spoke. "Of course. To be exact, I'm recruiting you. But considering that you won't abandon your tribe, I might as well recruit you as well. Think about it. I can provide you with a large piece of fertile land in the northern area of Linton City. You can both farm and graze. The price is only to pay taxes on time and provide a few soldiers. You can also obtain a stage to display your talents. You must know that other than me, no other noble would be able to offer better conditions than this. They will only use you while playing tricks in the dark. When they are done with you, they will immediately throw you away like trash. I believe you have already experienced this. I'll give you 10 minutes to consider. Please make a decision as soon as possible, because the Kyrgyz fleet may appear in the surrounding seas at any time." Andre finished speaking and returned to his seat, quietly waiting for a reply. He was very clear that the other party's choices were very limited. He could either continue to struggle for survival on the sea or agree to pledge his loyalty to him. In any case, no matter if he was sincere or not, he could do whatever he wanted with them once they reached his territory. As long as the old, weak women and children were properly settled, with Eurus' strong sense of responsibility, he would never abandon them and run away. This also meant that no matter what, he would have to serve him wholeheartedly in the future. Otherwise, the entire tribe would suffer. Eurus was not an idiot. Otherwise, he would not have been able to shoulder the entire tribe's prosperity and decline on his shoulders alone. In addition, he had learned a lot under the guidance of his teacher, so he instantly understood what the young man in the chair was planning. But just as Andre thought, he had no other choice. If he took a step forward, he would live, but if he took a step back, he would die. Although he would lose his freedom if he chose to live, it was still much better than everyone dying together. Another thing that moved him was that he would be able to obtain a large piece of fertile land after swearing allegiance. Perhaps most people could not imagine how harsh the environment in the desert was, not to mention the numerous bandits and the other tribes that were eyeing them covetously, the lack of water resources, and the huge temperature difference between day and night were enough to make people in other places feel extremely uncomfortable. To the residents of Lincoln City, the northern part of Tua's Valley could be considered a wasteland, but to those who had walked out of the desert, it was a paradise on earth. As for the harassment of a few monsters and beasts, it was nothing compared to the ferocious desert bandits. They were as harmless as little white rabbits. The valiant tribal warriors were more than enough to deal with them. Ever since Andre had obtained the rights to develop and reached an agreement with the Loretta Botons, the cavalry and barbarian warriors under his command had been sweeping through the border areas of the forest. It was estimated that they were almost done cleaning up, and it was time to build a fortress to declare their sovereignty. At the same time, they would get some people to farm and graze. A group of refugees from the desert would be just right for them to make use of. Hesitation, distress, anxiety, hesitation. An indescribable complex emotion emerged from the bottom of his heart, making this warrior and bandit with a white bandana look a little neurotic. Although he did not know about the mental illness dysmorphia, his current behavior was very similar. The only difference was that the former was due to a mentality of avoiding responsibility, while the latter was due to the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He was suffocating from the pressure. One had to know that this was not only a matter of one or two people, but also the entire tribe. There were thousands of men and women, old and young. Once a choice was made, there was no way to go back on it. Because he had been a hunter for a long time, Andre's patience had always been good. He said that he would give the other party 10 minutes to consider, so he gave the other party 10 minutes. From the beginning to the end, he did not say anything to disturb the other party. He just sat on the chair and waited calmly for the other party's reply. Perhaps he was starting to get used to the identity of a leader. Although he looked a little careless, there was a hint of dignity on his face. Coupled with the title of Genius Mage and Grandmaster Potion Master, he instantly felt a lot of pressure. Even Bartholomew and Eunice, who were staring at the gold and silver in the wooden box, subconsciously restrained their greedy gazes. 10 minutes was not a long time, but it was not short either. However, to Uras, it was like a year had passed. In the end, perhaps he weighed the pros and cons and finally took a deep breath and said, "If you can guarantee that we will continue to worship the great god of the desert, Akamala, build his temple, and not let the priests of other gods disturb the peace of the tribe, then I will pledge my loyalty to you." In Or-Ire, the fallen gods could not respond to prayers, nor could they bestow divine spells to their priests. Their believers did not even have the chance to enter the divine kingdom after their death. Except for a few fanatics or those who really agreed with their beliefs, no one would be willing to hang themselves on a tree. As a person who had received more than 10 years of education, Andre found it hard to understand what this kind of persistence was for. However, he did not have much objection to it. After all, Akamala was just a dead god. He did not have a huge church, nor did he have any divine power. Even the number of believers was dwindling day by day. Perhaps only these descendants with divine blood flowing in their veins were still persevering, trying to revive the desert god, Akamala, with their devout faith. Thinking of this, he secretly sighed and agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I will give you a large piece of land at the edge of the forest, far away from the crowd. In the future, you can build your own home there. But there is one condition. Without my order, you are not allowed to take the initiative to contact the outside world. I believe that you have been in Linton City for a while, So you should understand the attitude of the Church of the God of Protection towards illegal beliefs. Once outsiders know that you are worshiping a fallen god, it is likely to bring me a lot of trouble. Chapter 407. There were two main duties of the Church of the God of Protection. The first was to fight against cults such as demons, devils, and other powerful evil creatures. They often pretended to be gods to cheat the souls of mortals. Their task was to find these guys hiding in the crowd and kill them one by one. The second was to protect the place from invasion. As the God of Guard was a pure human god, he had always been full of hatred for monsters from the wild world. As the saying went, if the superior is good, the inferior will be worse. As his priests and churches, they were naturally very active in helping the rulers of various places to resist the attacks from monsters, especially in the border areas where there were as many wild tribes as there were hairs on a cow. Almost 30% of the people there regarded the God of Guardians as their protector. After all, in Oriar, a world full of magic, the gods and mortals were so closely connected that almost 80% of the people had their own beliefs. As for whether they were devout or not, it was another matter. At least on the surface, they had to pretend to be very devout. Everyone knew that if a person without faith died, there would be no God to protect him to the end of the land of death. He would be transformed into an ugly creature from another plane in the devil's hell or the devil's abyss, or wander in the vast universe until he completely dissipated. Those with faith would go to the kingdom of the gods and continue to live a happy life. Of course, professionals like the druids, who believed in nature, and the soul shaman believed in the way of the soul. The former would be transformed into an elemental creature or a spirit of nature, while the latter would be summoned by the soul world and become another life form. Although they didn't believe in a god, they weren't non-believers. Their faith was even more devout and pure than most human beings. Because you might be smart enough to deceive a god, but you couldn't deceive the rules that existed in every corner of the world. Choosing a god didn't mean just worshiping the god, praying to him, and making donations to the church. It was a kind of belief from the heart. Oriar was a world with many gods, not a world with only one god. Sometimes people would pray to other gods, or even all gods, even if they didn't agree with the idea of the god at all. For example, a good and orderly sailor would never choose the evil sea goddess as his faith, but you would be hard-pressed to find a sailor who would not go to the sea goddess temple to pray before going to sea, or make promises of offerings to her before a storm. Similarly, an evil believer of the god of thieves might go to the temple of the goddess of luck to make a donation before making a big deal, even though Tamora was a kind goddess. Why? The reason was very simple. Every god in this world had something called a clergy, which represented the absolute authority of the god in a certain field. For example, when a blacksmith was forging a weapon or armor, he would pray to the god of forging. In this way, during the forging process, he would have a certain chance of receiving the blessings of the god of forging, thus improving the quality of his work. Thieves donated to the church of the goddess of luck, and sailors prayed to the goddess of ocean. It was the same logic. They only hoped to receive blessings that had a very low probability of success. It was just like how people on Earth gambled and gambled. Although the probability was pitifully low and there were many shady dealings, there were still countless people who flocked to it. Obviously, if the Church of the God of Protection found out that there were a large number of dead gods in Andre's territory, they would definitely interfere. This was because the dead gods could no longer respond to the prayers of their believers, which meant that they were no longer a member of the gods and did not have the qualifications to preach. Although they would not be as ruthless as when dealing with demons and devil believers, violent incidents such as destroying the temples and forcing the residents to give up their current beliefs were inevitable. It should be known that Lincoln City was not the Great Kamla Desert, which was full of war, plunder, chaos, and death. The power of the temples was very strong here, especially when several temples were combined. The number of priests and temple knights alone was as high as 300 people. Even the Association of Mages and the nobles did not dare to ignore their opinions. Of course, most of these churches were lawful and kind, lawful and neutral, and only a few were inclined towards the evil and chaotic camps. Usually, they would not interfere with the administrative system, but if they really wanted to, it was estimated that even the Duke would have to give in. Eurus knew very well how much risk Andre had to take by making this promise. He hurriedly bowed deeply. "Thank you very much. As long as you can guarantee this, I will be able to convince the others to pledge their allegiance to you." "Then what are we waiting for? Let them come quickly. Not only do we have clean water and sufficient food, we also have a druid who can treat the injured. As for the paddle boat, sink it immediately. We have to leave this dangerous area as soon as possible. We don't have the time to bring along a tattered boat." Having said that, Andre stood up and waved to his vice captain. He ordered loudly, "Go and get everyone ready. Once they are all on board, we will set sail immediately. Also, prepare some easily digestible food and hot water from the kitchen. We must ensure that there are no accidents." "Understood. Please rest assured. We will be able to set sail in 15 minutes at most. We will completely disappear from this area in half an hour." Bartholomew bowed slightly and quickly left the captain's cabin, heading to the deck to issue the order. As an experienced old captain, he knew better than anyone else how foolish it was to remain in the area after a naval battle. Whether it was the floating broken planks or the blood-stained seawater, it was tantamount to telling every passing ship what had just happened. In the next 10 minutes, Eurus quickly displayed his great prestige in the party. Soon, the tattered paddle boat docked beside the Eye of Arcane. Following that, he used ladders and ropes to carry a large number of injured people who did not even have the strength to walk. He then distributed a small amount of oatmeal, salted eggs, and sausages, as well as a large cup of boiled drinking water. Andre knew very well that for these people who were about to die of hunger and thirst, they must not eat too much. This was because long-term hunger would create a kind of illusion. Although their stomachs were full, they would still feel empty. If they continued to eat at this time, they would most likely die from overeating. Therefore, each person was only given a small bowl of oatmeal, 2 salted eggs, and a sausage. Chapter 408. Along with the mercenaries were a lot of looted goods, including gold, silver, jewels, expensive handmade carpets, paintings and sculptures made by famous artists, expensive silk, velvet, lace, spices, tobacco, and so on. Eurus didn't hesitate and directly took out 70% of the goods as a thank you gift according to the conditions they had agreed on. The rest was placed in a separate warehouse, intending to find an opportunity to sell it as a settlement allowance for the entire tribe, using it to buy food, poultry, livestock, tools, daily necessities, and so on. With another roar of the cannons, the tattered paddle boat was instantly smashed into pieces, and the huge Eye of Arcane also slowly sailed into the distance against the sea breeze. It didn't take long for it to disappear into the distance, leaving behind only the scarlet sea water and the sharks tearing at the corpses. In fact, the sea cleaned up traces much faster than the land. Perhaps after a few hours, the tide would wash away all the floating objects on the sea surface. Without any diving equipment, wanting to dive to the bottom of the sea to search for the sunken ship at a depth of more than 1,000 meters was basically a pipe dream. Not long after Andre left on the Eye of Arcane, a huge fleet suddenly appeared in the north. There were more than 40 warships of various sizes, and the largest among them had a displacement of more than 1,200 tons. The statue of an unknown sea beast fixed on the bow looked very ferocious. The wide deck was covered with ballistas and stone throwers, and hundreds of armored sailors and soldiers were ready for battle. They all had nervous expressions, their hands never leaving their weapons, as if they were ready to fight at any time. The entire fleet was arranged in a line, surrounding the sea area from all directions. But obviously, they came a little too late and didn't bite the tail of the Eye of Arcane. They could only look at the dark red blood water and the remnants of broken planks on the sea surface, speculating about how fierce the battle just now was. The flagship with the largest displacement quickly released several landing ships and carefully searched the shark-filled waters, salvaging any debris that might reveal the situation of the battle. There were planks broken by the cannons, as well as several blood-stained flags. After a full 20 minutes, they returned to the side of the ship and sent the salvaged items up. Standing on the deck, Kyrgyz frowned and asked in a voice full of anger, "How was it? Did you investigate clearly? Why did my vanguard suddenly disappear? What was that thunderous sound? And are those damned mercenaries dead? Explain. I need a reasonable explanation." First, the manor outside the city was raided, followed by the looting of the family's wealth, which had been accumulated for hundreds of years. Coupled with the relentless pursuit for more than half a month, his patience was about to reach its limit. If it wasn't for the tracking magic secretly placed on the enemy ships, he would have entered a state of rage long ago and started a massacre without restraint. In fact, Kyrgyzstan had already massacred at least 7 merchant ships along the way. 4 of them belonged to Bakarov City, while the other 3 belonged to small merchants with meager strength. Of course, Kyrgyz, KYZ, KYZ, Kyrgyz KYZ, KYZ, on KYZ, Kaifish KYZ. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt, his bloodshot eyes like a hungry beast from the depths of the forest. He wanted to devour a large number of fresh lives to satisfy his morbid desires. As the second son, Zebulun pointed at the debris and carefully explained, "Father, we found a total of 11 flags. 5 of them belong to Bakarlo City's navy, while the other 6 belong to your vanguard fleet. Judging from the scorch marks on the broken planks, the 2 sides seem to have engaged in a fierce naval battle. Perhaps both sides perished together, or perhaps Bakarlo City's navy won a Pyrrhic victory. As for the warship you're tracking, according to the magic, it's most likely sunk to the bottom of the sea. Our initial estimate is that it was unfortunately hit in the chaotic battle. After all, warships have poor resistance to wind and waves and are only suitable for coastal navigation. It's already not easy for them to last until now." "You mean those lowly mercenaries are all dead? The wealth that the Brest family accumulated over several generations sank to the bottom of the sea, just like that?" Kyrgyz roared, unable to restrain his anger. He couldn't be blamed for losing his composure. Anyone would fly into a rage if their collection worth more than 1,000,000 gold coins was stolen, not to mention that there were many things in the collection that couldn't be measured with money. For example, the swords used by their ancestors, the medals that symbolized their glorious achievements, the spoils of war obtained from defeating powerful enemies, and so on. If these things were to be leaked, the entire family would lose all face. "My apologies, Father. Based on the information we have, I'm afraid it's just as you said. Unless a great mage who grasps arcane spells of the 7th rank or above can summon a large water elemental, there's no way we can dive to the bottom of the sea to salvage the items." Having said that, Zebulun placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. At the same time, he quietly took 2 steps back, afraid that his father would use him as a punching bag to vent his anger. It had to be said that this was a very wise move. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyrgyz abruptly raised his fist and smashed it hard against the railing. With the powerful body of a 7th-rank warrior, the wooden railing as thick as an arm was smashed into smithereens. Wood shavings flew everywhere, and one of the larger pieces landed right where Zebulon had been standing a second ago. One had to know that mages weren't like warriors, especially low-level ones. Their bodies might not even be as strong as ordinary people. If they were hit, they would at least suffer a mild concussion. In more serious cases, they might even die. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! These lowly things. How dare they let the Brest family's treasure sink to the bottom of the sea? Kyrgyz finally couldn't take it anymore after knowing that he would never be able to retrieve the items that he had lost. His terrifying temper erupted like a volcano in an instant. He screamed at the top of his lungs while crazily destroying the railings and walls of the flagship. The hardwood, which was as hard as iron, was as fragile as a piece of paper under his attack. In the blink of an eye, the entire row of guardrails was punched beyond recognition by his fists. The body of a high-level warrior was actually so tough. Chapter 409. Everyone on the ship knew how terrifying the Marquis of Blood Marquis was when he went berserk. Therefore, no one stepped forward to stop him. They just watched him desperately vent the anger in his heart. Only when the railings around the stern were almost completely torn down did he finally stop, panting for breath. At this moment, his fists were badly mangled, and there were even a large number of wooden thorns sticking out of them. Although this was only a superficial wound for a warrior of his rank, and would heal in 2 or 3 days at most, one of the retainers still hurriedly took out a bottle of healing potion and carefully cleaned the wounds, then sprinkled the potion on them. In just a few seconds, the pair of unrecognizable hands had recovered to their original state. Perhaps it was because he had vented his anger, but Kyrgyz slowly calmed down. He stared at his son with his bloodshot eyes, and after a full minute, he asked, "Tell me, is there any way to find out what happened in this area an hour ago? I suddenly have a bad feeling about this." Zebulon stroked the small beard on his chin and thought for a few minutes. He immediately replied, "Since it hasn't been long since the end of the naval battle, Mage Man should be able to try to summon the souls that have just died. I believe that there will be a few non-believers among them, or those who are too stubborn to go to the divine kingdom. We should be able to find out the details from them. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start now. I can't wait to find out the truth. The Brest family's treasure can't just disappear like this. Someone has to pay the price of blood." Saying so, Kyrgyz pushed aside the retainer who was about to bandage his hands and strode towards the two mages who were talking in low voices. As a warrior who liked to solve problems in simple and crude ways, he never liked to beat around the bush. He almost immediately stated his purpose clearly. As a 6th-rank illusionist, Mant didn't decline. After some simple preparations, the summoning ritual quickly began. He sat in front of an iron tripod and placed a copper basin burning with a raging fire on top of it. Then he had a few soldiers light up the surrounding candles at the same time, blocking the sea breeze and preventing the candles from being blown out. As the ship was relatively simple, he did not set up any protective measures, such as carving complex defensive wrinkles on the ground, or using runes made of mithril to restrict the movement of souls. However, for safety's sake, Mant cast a protection from evil spell on himself and had the other two mages support him at any time. After arranging everything, he crossed his legs and sat in the center of the candle. He repeatedly recited the incantation until he entered a deep meditative state. Then he focused his mind and left only a window to the outside world in his heart. He used a little bit of his consciousness to give himself a strong psychological hint. Soon, a faint magic energy began to float in the air, as if it was searching for something. Everyone on the ship was attracted by the strange magic ritual. No one knew how much time had passed. It could have been a few seconds, or it could have been a few minutes. Suddenly, Mant opened his eyes, slightly and stared straight ahead. His line of sight was fixed on the burning brazier. He knew that he had to imagine these flames as the life of the soul that was being summoned. When the soul entered the material world, he had to give it a temporary form. Summoning the souls of the dead from another world was very dangerous no matter how you looked at it. Therefore, he could not afford to make the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the enraged soul might directly attack the host of the ritual. Sigh, Victor, dazzling card. The illusionist used an extremely low and slow voice to recite the incantation. After a few seconds, the rhythm of the incantation became faster and faster. The illusionist was being guided by the power of the magic ritual. All kinds of incantations and mysterious syllables filled every corner of the room. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but tremble slightly. Even though the temperature was as high as 28 to 30 degrees Celsius, many people still felt cold all over. Contrary to the reactions of the people around him, Mant's forehead was secreting a large amount of sweat. His face showed anxiety and desire, just as he was addicted to using the power of his soul to summon and control the souls in the world of death. The flame on the brazier suddenly shot up more than 2 meters high. It became intense and dazzling. In the name of Arcane, I summon the dead wandering in this sea. Please reveal yourself and answer my question. Accompanied by a low and hoarse roar, the brazier spat out a small fireball and then extinguished itself. The flame turned into a human figure standing in front of the illusionist. His translucent body was wearing a tattered white sailor shirt. There was a huge hole in his chest and stomach. His expression was one of pain and despair. He opened his mouth and wanted to howl, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make a sound. Obviously, this unlucky soul had died from the grapefruit shot out by the bronze cannon. Perhaps because he was too terrified, he did not immediately go to the kingdom of the god he believed in. Instead, he wandered around and was attracted by the magic ritual. Where am I? After his body and consciousness gradually stabilized, the summoned soul asked the mage sitting in front of him with a confused expression. He obviously did not realize that he was already dead. His 2 hands kept touching the hole in his body, trying to use something to plug it up. But it was a pity that his efforts were in vain. No matter how hard he tried, there was no reaction at all from the huge wound caused by his death. He couldn't even stuff his exposed intestines back in. Seeing that nothing went wrong with the summoning ritual, Mant secretly sighed in relief. He gently wiped the sweat on his forehead, took a deep breath, and pointed his finger in the air. Instantly, the translucent soul seemed to have frozen. His expression was stiff and frozen on the spot. Even his eyelids could not open. His eyes were filled with endless fear, as if he was begging the mage not to hurt him. In fact, most of the souls that had just died did not have any attack power. They were mostly weak and sensitive. Only a small number of them had suffered great pain in their lives or had great hatred. They would automatically turn into evil souls the moment they died. Otherwise, most of them would wander in the cracks of the material world. Only powerful mages and people with special talents could see them. Chapter 4:10. The Orire did not exist alone. Instead, it was connected to many worlds and planes. Among them, the shadow plane was the most closely connected. It could even be described as a shadow following the body. It was just like the theory of the multiverse existing in another parallel universe. However, this parallel universe was very closely connected to the current world. Even without the use of magic, one could occasionally pass through the barrier and reach another world. The world of souls was similar to the shadow plane and the world of essences tightly surrounding the material world. The only difference was that the world of souls was more like a passage or a transit station. a portion of the dead souls would quickly head to the underworld controlled by the god of death. Then, depending on their beliefs, they would be taken away by the messengers of various gods. Another portion of the fallen souls would be directly sucked into hell or the abyss, reincarnating into the lowest level of demons or devil larvae. As for the non-believers and souls with strong obsessions, they would wander around the world of souls all day long. If they were lucky, they might be attracted to a plane of the same alignment as them and head to other planes or half-planes to be reincarnated. If they were unlucky, they would stay in the world of souls for a long time until their own will slowly dissipate, becoming a lonely soul without consciousness. Or they would allow their resentment and obsessions to slowly transform into extreme hatred for the living. After that, a huge hole would form in the core of the soul, directly connecting to the plane of negative energy. The hole would cause the soul to become incomparably thirsty. The thirst for fresh life was like a black hole that could not be filled, constantly driving them to madly attack the living. This was the origin of undead monsters like ghosts. Without a doubt, this seaman who had just died had already produced a strong sense of emptiness, especially when the silver-gray light flashing on his translucent body showed his evil tendencies when he was alive. Any mage with a little common sense would be able to tell what that meant. Man's protection from evil shone with a strong arcane light, blocking the faint negative energy outside of his body. Even a wizard apprentice would be able to easily subdue a soul that was still in its transformation period, let alone a sixth-level illusionist. He glared with his two sharp eyes and used a threatening tone to threaten loudly, "Be honest, seaman, you're already dead. You died in a fierce sea battle. Now tell me what happened in that battle. Remember, don't miss out on any details, or I'll instantly let you taste a punishment 100 times worse than death." As soon as he finished speaking, the frozen soul seemed to have been released, and it instantly broke free from the frozen state. It quickly curled up into a ball and shivered, its translucent body constantly emitting a dim light. After a long while, it timidly began to answer the question. We encountered a huge battleship. It could breathe fire. It could fire terrifying metal projectiles. Frightening, too frightening. We didn't even have time to react before we were instantly smashed into pieces. The battleships fell silent amidst the unbelievable explosions. Even powerful warriors and brave knights would die if they were hit head-on. The enemy had no intention of engaging in a melee. They just used a large number of alchemy weapons to sink or kill all of us. Old Abel died, Little Mean died, and Captain Boya was unfortunately turned into a sieve by those terrifying weapons. I only felt a sharp pain, and then I lost consciousness. At this point, he seemed to have sunk into great fear. His soul released more and more negative energy, and in just a few seconds, a layer of green fog covered him. What does that ship look like? Which city's flag were they flying? Who was the captain? Speak. Hurry up and speak. Mant urgently demanded loudly. This was because he knew that the soul in front of him was about to turn into an undead. If he couldn't send him back before the process ended, then it was very likely that a fierce battle would ensue. One had to know that many people had just died in this part of the sea. Endless resentment had never been seen before. Under such circumstances, making an enemy out of a spirit without a physical body was obviously not a wise choice. That ship was flying the flag of Linton City, and at the same time, the flag of a pirate. The entire ship was painted black, and a slightly opened eye was painted on the main sail. At the bow of the ship was a skeleton of a human's upper body. It looked both eerie and terrifying. They didn't engage in any negotiations at all, and directly charged forward to launch a fierce attack. In less than 15 minutes, our fleet was completely annihilated. The sailor's soul trembled violently as he spoke, and the light emitted from his translucent body became more and more dazzling. The surrounding light and heat seemed to be sucked away, and a thin layer of frost appeared on the deck out of thin air. Seeing this, Mant felt that things were not going well. He immediately shouted at the other two mages, "Quick! Help me send him back. This guy is about to turn into a spirit." The other two mages didn't dare delay and quickly began to chant loudly. In the blink of an eye, they forcefully tore open a spatial rift, attempting to stuff the soul that was emitting strong energy waves into it. Unfortunately, their movements were a little too slow. Less than a second after the rift was opened, the eyes of the soul suddenly flashed with a dark green luster, and an unimaginable amount of negative energy erupted. All the pain, resentment, despair, and other emotions left behind after the deaths of the entire sea quickly gathered, like a huge black hole, and finally exploded with a bang. The unimaginable negative energy engulfed the flagship. Countless sailors didn't even have time to react before they fell to the ground with ashen faces and stopped breathing and heartbeat. Without a doubt, their flames of life had completely disappeared, and even their souls had been cleanly devoured. Only the high-ranked professionals with strong enough physiques managed to survive the energy explosion. They covered their mouths as they lay on the ground, vomiting dark red blood. It was obvious that their injuries were not light. Powerful, terrifying, despair, an unbelievable amount of power. No one would have thought that a mere sailor's soul could actually release such an astonishing amount of negative energy when he turned into a spirit. It was practically equivalent to a weakened version of a 9th rank spell, Wail of the Banshee. Because he had cast protection from evil in advance, Mant's injuries were very light. He only coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and quickly climbed up from the deck. He carefully observed the spirit that had completed its transformation and secretly estimated the opponent's challenge level. A translucent body that was dark green mixed with silver gray, and scarlet eyes that revealed hatred and thirst. It constantly emitted a fearful aura that made people despair, coupled with the 2 pale green claws. All of these revealed that the spirit before him was not ordinary at all. Chapter 4:11. The specter slowly stood up and muttered to himself, "New life, this feels great. I can feel the life force flowing through my body once more. I'm just a little hungry." "No, it's not that you're hungry. It's that you desire to devour the life of a living person. It'll follow you like a curse, and it'll never be relieved." Mant suppressed the shock in his heart and told the truth. Normally speaking, most specters did not have intelligence and relied entirely on their instincts to move. However, once they developed an independent personality and intelligence, it meant that they began to evolve in the direction of a higher level. Not to mention other abilities, just the ability to become invisible, fly, and pass through obstacles at any time and place was enough to give most professionals a headache. They did not even need to fight head-on. As long as they continued to tail and ambush, it would not be long before an experienced adventurer team would collapse. Curse? I think it's more like a blessing. You know, when I was alive, I was a lowly sailor. Just a few minutes ago, I was crawling on the ground, at your mercy. But look at me now. I've obtained great power. Every one of you is afraid of me, and the price is just a little hunger. It's completely within the range of what I can bear, isn't it?" As he spoke, the specter's eyes suddenly shot out 2 blinding beams of light. The next second, Mant found himself unable to move. To be more precise, the orders given by his brain could not be transmitted to his limbs through his nervous system. He could only watch as the specter casually flew over and used his incorporeal claws to stab into his chest bit by bit, digging out his beating heart. There was no intense pain like he had imagined, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. As his heart was completely removed, Mant found that his entire body became extremely light. It was as if he had lost the shackles of gravity and was floating into the sky. However, this feeling did not last for long. Just as he was about to be sucked into the spirit world, the specter opened his mouth and sucked hard, swallowing his weak soul into his stomach. He then burped. Without a doubt, the illusionist's soul had been devoured. This meant that he had completely disappeared from this world. There was no chance of resurrection. Neither divine arts nor arcane arts could revive him. He was truly dead. He. A mage's soul is truly delicious. It reminds me of the seafood chowder I had at the Mermaid Tavern in the docks. The wonderful reaction the moment it entered my mouth was exactly the same. The specter licked his lips as he walked towards the Marquis of Blood. Wherever he passed, all the sailors and soldiers who were still alive were killed and devoured. There were even some who had a trace of relief or enjoyment on their faces before they died. It was extremely strange. He was like the Grim Reaper, constantly harvesting fresh lives. At the same time, the energy gathered in his body grew larger and larger. The cold negative energy formed a strong temperature difference with the sunlight, causing a layer of gray fog to cover the flagship. The other battleships did not know what was happening here. For the first time in his life, Kyrgyz felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Under the gaze of that pair of blood-red eyes, his body constantly felt numb. His hands trembled nonstop. He could not even hold onto his dagger, which fell directly to the deck. At this moment, death was rapidly approaching him. If he could not think of a solution before the specter took away his soul, then the famous Marquis of Blood would die here today under the protection of countless battleships. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Kyrgyz, who had always been rude and unreasonable, was actually racking his brains to think of a reason to persuade the specter not to kill him. Otherwise, his fate would not be any better than those sailors, soldiers, and bandits who died. In the eyes of most undead, money, status, reputation, and power were of no use. Only slaughter could temporarily satisfy their insatiable hunger. Only a very small number of undead who had enough wisdom were rational. For example, the liches who were transformed from powerful magic power, or the vampires who were promoted to nobles, or even princes through layers of obstacles. Unfortunately, the specter was obviously not included in this. At least, the specter in front of him was not. It was unknown whether it was because his social status was too low when he was alive that his intelligence was somewhat low, or perhaps he had just completed his transformation and had yet to learn how to suppress the desire for fresh life in his heart. In any case, he showed no signs of stopping. Almost all of the 300 people on the deck were dead. Only 2 mages who had fainted were lucky enough to survive. Seeing that pair of pale claws getting closer and closer to his body and digging out his heart, Kyrgyz reacted quickly and shouted, "Stop! Stop immediately! Please let me finish my words. Otherwise, you will regret it." Oh, could it be that the always unyielding Marquis of Blood wants to beg for mercy? The specter asked with a mocking expression. "No, I only have a suggestion. But before I say it, I have a question for you." Kyrgyz forced himself to be calm as he spoke. He was very clear that whether he could keep his life depended on his eloquence and bewitching ability. If he was lucky, he might be able to borrow the power of the specter to get rid of a powerful enemy. Because the specter had just devoured the souls of the dead, his hunger and thirst were temporarily satisfied. Thus, he wasn't in a hurry to kill. He nodded with interest and said, "Of course. Ask away. I am listening. But it's best if you don't play any tricks. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will die an incomparably painful death." Hearing this, Kyrgyz secretly sighed in relief. He quickly calmed his mind and carefully probed, "May I ask if you hate those who killed you?" Do you wish to find them and take revenge? If you don't, then pretend that I didn't say anything. If you do, then you can't kill me, because only I know who that giant ship belongs to and how to find it in the vast sea." The specter trembled violently when he mentioned the attack of the arcane eye. His two blood-red eyes emitted the light of hatred, and he let out a furious roar. "Hate! Of course I hate those who killed me. They should all suffer retribution. Now I have unparalleled power. Of course I want revenge. Tell me, who is the owner of that ship? Where can I find it? Immediately. Otherwise, I will drag your soul out and tear it apart." Chapter 4:12. Seeing that the ghost had indeed changed its target under his bewitchment, the corners of Kyrgyz's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sinister sneer that was hard to detect. He pretended to be mysterious and replied, "Please don't be agitated. I'll tell you what I know now. Besides, he and I are mortal enemies. In a sense, we're even allies standing on the same side." "Allies? Ha 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 ha. No, you think too highly of yourself. I don't need allies. I only need an obedient dog, a hunting dog that can search for enemies for me. I'm the Spirit King, Navid Rustam. I was born in extreme pain. Death and despair have given me strength. How can I form an alliance with a mere mortal? In my opinion, you're nothing more than livestock and food sources like cattle and sheep." As the last word fell, the ghost raised its hand and shot out a dazzling black light, instantly hitting Kyrgyz's head. He felt as if something had forcefully entered his consciousness, spreading to his entire soul in just a few seconds. His complexion alternated between green and purple, and it took a long time for him to regain his composure. Without any hesitation, he took 2 steps forward and prostrated himself before the Spirit King's feet, shouting fervently, "Master, Almighty Master, your lowly servant is once again at your service. I'm your hunting dog. I'll search for traces of your enemies for you." "Ha ha ha ha. Very good. Order your fleet to track the enemy's traces day and night. I need to see the results within 2 days." After saying that, Navid Rustam waved his hand and instantly dispersed the fog around the flagship. At the same time, he plunged into the bottom of the cabin and disappeared without a trace. Although with his current strength, sunlight could no longer cause too much damage to him. Undead creatures were born with a strong aversion to positive energy. It was just like how humans would feel uncomfortable no matter how strong an electric current they were subjected to. However, the biggest problem right now wasn't that the Spirit King had gone into hiding. Instead, it was the scene on the deck that resembled a slaughterhouse. In particular, the strange expressions on the faces of the dead made one shudder from the bottom of their hearts. Even a few knights couldn't escape death. When the other ships in the fleet saw this, they immediately moved closer to the flagship. Not long after, a large group of people ran over to check the situation. Kyrgyz, who had long been controlled by magic, made up a lie to deceive everyone. He then ordered his subordinates to clean up the corpses and released a few majestic sea eagles. One of them was used to deliver messages, while the rest were equivalent to reconnaissance planes. Once they discovered other ships in the surrounding sea, they would immediately fly back to report to their trainer. They could also tell the specific location by knocking on wood. 2 hours later, in a warehouse at the port of Bakarlo, a very ordinary-looking man received a letter delivered by the Sea Eagle. He hurriedly opened the letter and glanced at it. A trace of surprise immediately appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "Heavens! The Marquis of Blood Marquis has finally caught the tail of the demon of greed. I have to quickly send this good news to the council." Having said that, he carefully stuffed the letter into his bosom and quickly ran in the direction of the city hall, disappearing at the end of the street like a wisp of smoke. It must be known that Andre's continuous pillaging for more than half a month had caused a lot of supplies in Bacarlo City to be in short supply. In addition, the other ships in Linton City also took advantage of the situation to loot. Now, the days were getting worse by the day. The price of food had tripled, and it was estimated that there would be a violent upheaval in the near future. As the saying went, there were no eternal enemies in the world, nor were there eternal friends. There were only eternal interests. In the face of great interests, an ally could turn hostile in the blink of an eye and stab another in the back. An enemy who killed one's father could also temporarily put down their hatred and form a close alliance. In order to get rid of Andre, Kyrgyz had already privately reached a secret agreement with the nobles of Bacarlo City, intending to bury this enemy who posed the greatest threat to him in the cruel sea. The Council of Bacarlo City had always been known for their efficiency and decisiveness. In just an hour, they made a decision to dispatch all their warships to participate in the encirclement and annihilation. They had to completely eradicate the Eye of Arcane at all costs. After more than 2 hours of preparation, a fleet of 10 huge warships with a displacement of around 1,000 tons and 20 large warships with a displacement of over 600 tons slowly left the port, advancing towards the coordinates given by the Marquis of Blood. In order to ensure a fatal blow, they had even equipped the ships with 6 mages and 30 feudal knights. It could be said that they were extremely luxurious. In addition, the Griffin Knight Regiment had also dispatched 2 members and their mounts to participate in the whole process. They had also brought along their secret weapon, the Fire of the Sea. This was a powerful and dangerous special oil. As long as it was ignited and thrown out in large quantities, it could instantly turn the entire sea into a purgatory. No ship would be spared. Unless it was completely burned, it could not be extinguished even in a storm. It was the final trump card of Bacarlo City. Watching the huge fleet slowly disappear between the sea and the sky, the supreme ruler of Bacarlo City, Great Commander Niamiadina, took a deep breath and instructed the attendant beside him in a low voice, "Immediately have the mages send this news to that lord. Tell him that the operation is finally about to begin. I hope he won't break his promise. Remember, don't alarm anyone else, or it will be very troublesome." "Understood. Please rest assured, I'll be sure to be careful and not let anyone know." After saying that, the male attendant placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly, then quickly turned and left. Magic was always the most efficient means of communication. Less than 10 minutes later, Loretta Botons, who was lying on a chair and enjoying a massage from a maid, suddenly opened his eyes. He waved his hand lightly, indicating for the maid to leave. He then tilted his ear as if listening to something. After a few seconds, a strange smile slowly appeared on his face. He squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "Interesting, my dear opponent. You've actually angered 2 powerful enemies at the same time. Now that they're working together to get rid of you. I wonder how you'll deal with them. And what's with that warship that's letting out a loud rumble? You're getting more and more mysterious. I hope you don't die. After all, you're someone my mentor picked. If you fall here, it'll be too disappointing." Having said that, the Duke of Lincoln City sat up and stared at the scenery outside the window with a deep gaze. Not long after, an expression of excitement and anticipation appeared on his face. Chapter 4:13. After leaving the battlefield, the Eye of Arcane ran for 4 hours at 6 knots and only stopped in the middle of the sea when the sun was about to set. At this moment, they were more than 20 nautical miles away from the scene of the incident. Normally, this should be considered a safe distance. Moreover, Andre had no idea that 2 huge fleets were closing in on him, so he quickly gave the order to stop the ship. The sailors quickly retracted the sails and threw the heavy anchor into the water. The kitchen also began to prepare dinner. They had to prepare food for 700 to 800 people before dark. Otherwise, it would be easy for accidents to happen in the dark, especially the oil lamp. If accidentally knocked over, it was likely to cause a large-scale fire. For a wooden sailboat, nothing could be more fatal than this. Standing on the deck and looking at the busy figures of the crew, Andre frowned slightly and began to think about the current situation. Should he return to the island to lie low and have a good rest? Recently, whether it was the ships of Lincoln City or the fleet of Bakarov City, the battle between them had reached a white-hot level. Moreover, the tonnage of the warships sent out was increasing, and the quality of the weapons and crew was also increasing. Many times, as soon as a battle ended, another battle would immediately follow. The continuous battle of more than half a month had made the crew a little nervous, although they could get a large bounty from it. If they lost their lives, they would not be able to enjoy the rest of their lives. It could be said that as the intensity of the battle increased and the money bags in the hands of the crew slowly swelled, they were no longer as enthusiastic as they were at the beginning. Their morale had also dropped slightly. A small number of them even began to consider how to use this as capital to start a small business when they returned home, or buy a piece of land, working from dawn to dusk, and living out the rest of their lives in an ordinary way. Humans were always full of contradictions. When they were so poor that they only had one life left, they did not mind using it as capital to fight. Even death would not make them take a step back. As long as they could see a glimmer of hope, they would never give up. On the contrary, when a person had a lot of gold coins, a mansion, and beautiful women, and enjoyed the life of an emperor, they would rarely be willing to risk their lives. Even if there was a mountain of gold in front of them, as long as there was something that could threaten their lives, they would not be willing to take a step forward. As the saying goes, the more money one has, the more courage one has. Even though the sailors hadn't degenerated to the point where they were afraid of battle, they definitely wouldn't fight as hard as they did half a month ago. Perhaps the only ones who still had a strong fighting spirit were the relatively simple barbarian warriors. The training and brainwashing of the slave merchants only changed their loyalty to the tribe into loyalty to their masters. It did not change their nature of thirst for battle and glory. Therefore, no matter how much gold coins they received, they would still eat, drink, and chop people when they needed to. They did not care at all what a large amount of gold coins meant. The only drawback was that these fellows were too stupid. They couldn't use guns or cannons, which required complicated operations. They could only do manual labor or fight hand-to-hand with weapons. Don't think that operating a sailboat is easy. It's far more complicated than the boats of the steam or electric era. Just the sails alone are very particular. How many sails to hang? How many sails to hang? How many sails to hang? How many sails to use? How many sails to hang? And whether to reduce the number of sails to prevent the boat from capsizing when the wind is particularly strong. All in all, without a few years of sailing experience, it was completely impossible to understand these things. Generally speaking, the sailors who just boarded the ship could only do some chores, such as cleaning the deck, moving items, catching mice, and so on. Fortunately, when Lady Anastasia left, not only did she leave behind a group of loyal and experienced sailors for Andre, but she also gave him an experienced vice captain. Otherwise, he might not even be able to operate the ship. Just as he lowered his head and pondered, Chloe ran over with 2 plates full of food. She handed one of the plates to him and asked with a smile, "Dear, it's time for dinner. What are you thinking about?" "Nothing. I'm thinking about whether I should go back to replenish my supplies after so many days at sea and relax for a few days," Andre answered as he took the plate and glanced at the food inside. There was a piece of freshly baked bread, 2 grilled sausages, a small bowl of stir-fried kelp with bean sprouts, a large piece of sunfish meat, 2 fried eggs, a salted egg, and lastly, a cup of coconut juice. Although it was not as luxurious as the food in the city, it was still something that only the privileged could eat on the sea. On the entire ship, only he, Chloe, Eunice, the elven druid Nina, the vice captain Bartholomew, and now the mercenary leader Eurus had the right to eat. The second-class meal did not have fried eggs and coconut juice, but there were 2 large cups of ale, without water. Similarly, only the boatswain and a few assault captains could eat it. The second-class meal did not even have fresh bread and sausages, but dry bread and salted meat. The ale was also heavily watered, and every meal had a salted egg. Almost all the experienced sailors and barbarian warriors ate this. As for the lowest level of the crew, they could only eat bread that had been gnawed by rats, a palm-sized piece of salted meat, a small bowl of stir-fried kelp with bean sprouts, and a cup of clear water created by the druids' divine spells. In the age of sailing powered by sails, in order to ensure the safety of navigation, every ship had a strict hierarchy. Coupled with the influence of feudalism on people for a long time, privileges were almost everywhere. The Eye of Mystical was a giant gunship with a displacement of more than 2,000 tons. It was built according to the structure of the most glorious sailing ships on Earth, and its center of gravity was very stable. It did not have a tall stern like other ships in this world, nor was the hull designed to be wide and round. Therefore, it was slightly inferior in terms of carrying capacity and could not build too many places to raise livestock. It should be known that some noble ships would even carry a large number of poultry and livestock on board, so that they could eat fresh meat anytime and anywhere. In the several merchant ships and warships they captured, the spoils of war included chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep. In the end, Andrei ordered all of them to be slaughtered to reward his men, who worked hard in battle. However, because the interval between the 2 consecutive battles today was too short, there was no time to stop and slaughter the livestock. They could only eat some ordinary seafood first. Crunching on crunchy bean sprouts, Chloe and Huss asked curiously, "Why do we have to go back? We have an invincible warship, and it just so happens that we are in the period of a trade war. Most importantly, I haven't had enough fun yet." Chapter 414. Although killing her own kind made her feel a little uncomfortable, the feeling of running amok on the sea and plundering ships and wealth wantonly gave this inexperienced girl an unprecedented thrill. If one were to describe it in one sentence, it would be that she had gone completely crazy and wild. She had even learned to gamble and cheat by herself after hanging out with the boorish sailors for too long. It could be said that she was like a fish back in water. Naturally, she wouldn't be willing to return to the city and be an obedient, noble lady. There was never a lack of thrill-seekers in this world. The popularity of the underground Colosseum in the city was the best proof. But Andrei couldn't understand how Chloe could be so two-faced. When she was in the city, she was quiet and well-behaved. Although she was a little naturally naive, she was completely different from the crazy lass in front of him. But now she was exploring ruins and robbing at sea. Her personality had completely developed to the other extreme. It wouldn't be long before she was almost like a real female adventurer. After all, when she was eating at home, the girl wouldn't be chewing bean sprouts noisily like she was now. She wouldn't be sitting on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and enjoying the beautiful sunset while eating food that was extremely coarse for nobles. She exuded an aura of freedom. Perhaps it was because her nature had been suppressed for too long, or perhaps it was because she was in a rebellious adolescence. In any case, Chloe didn't intend to go back at all. She wanted to continue living the life of a pirate for a while. There are many specific reasons, but the most important one is that as the number of warships in this area increases, it's no longer safe for us. There's no doubt that the mystical eye is powerful, but it can't deal with more than 10 large warships at the same time. It's very likely that there will be mages participating in the battle at home. The danger is bound to increase rapidly. Andre smiled helplessly as he patiently analyzed the current situation. He wanted the girl to understand that the naval battle from now on would no longer be a game where the strong bullied the weak, but a truly cruel and bloody battle, so that she wouldn't have any rotten ideas in the dark. Chloe was obviously a little unwilling to give up. She secretly curled her lips, widened her two big eyes, and asked, "How dangerous is it? Will I die?" "That's right. You will die." Andre gave the answer with a serious expression. "All right, I'll listen to you." Seeing that she couldn't find any other way, Chloe had no choice but to accept reality. She sighed and nodded. While the two were talking, the sun slowly set from the sea level, and the stars in the sky appeared again. The sailors who had eaten their fill hung a few oil lamps at the bow and stern of the ship to prevent them from being accidentally hit by passing ships. Then they lay on the hammocks, chatting and farting, and soon fell asleep. Normally, more than 99% of ships would not sail at night. On the one hand, they were afraid of accidentally hitting rocks or bumping into something they should not bump into, such as giant sea monsters or other passing ships. After all, human beings' vision was greatly limited in the dark. They couldn't see objects that were too far away at all. For the sake of safety, anchoring, stopping the ship, and setting off at dawn was the first choice of almost all captains. Even Andre, a descendant of fire elements who had night vision, was no exception. Of course, there were also many brave fellows who traveled at night, thinking that this would reduce the chances of being robbed by pirates. But in the end, they usually didn't live for more than a few years before their ship was destroyed. The night was so peaceful. Apart from a few lookouts, the rest of the crew were drowsy and asleep. They didn't notice at all that a few sea eagles were hovering in the sky, letting out a series of high-pitched cries. After a few minutes, they disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, Blood Marquis Kyrgyz, who was more than 20 nautical miles away, obtained the position of the Eye of Arcane. He immediately ordered all ships to advance at full speed under the cover of the night. At the same time, he also sent a message to the navy of Bakarov City. Two incomparably powerful fleets, one in the front and one in the back, encircled the ship from two directions, intending to completely eliminate the threat in one go. While countless ships were braving the wind and waves, two people were looking at each other in the cabin below the flagship, a bitter smile appearing on their faces at the same time. One of them was Kyrgyz's second son, level 3 incantation mage Zebulon, while the other was level 5 evoking mage Grol. Ever since the two of them woke up, they found themselves locked in the cabin. Moreover, the spellbook's spell material bags, magic items, scrolls, and potions that they carried with them had all disappeared without a trace. The door was also tightly locked, and there wasn't even a shadow of a person around. There was only a dim oil lamp hanging above their heads. For a mage, this could almost be said to be the worst situation. It must be known that not everyone in this world had the system to cheat like Andre. Therefore, spell material exemption was an ability that only a very small number of mages had. Most mages still had to rely on all kinds of strange things as a medium to barely complete the entire spellcasting process. It was clear that once a mage lost their spell material bags, they were equivalent to a pistol without bullets, a cannon without shells. They had no ability to fight back at all. The silent atmosphere lasted for more than 10 minutes. In the end, it was the relatively impatient, evoking mage Grol who couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Zebulon, do you still remember what happened before you lost consciousness? Why were we locked in here?" "I'm very sorry. I only vaguely remember that strong negative energy impact. And then it felt like a hammer had smashed into my head. I don't remember what happened after that." Zebulon frowned. He recalled while softly explaining everything he knew in order to find out why the two of them were locked in the bottom cabin of the ship. After all, he was still a member of the Brest family. No matter how angry Kyrgyz was, it was impossible for them to lock him in such a dark and damp cabin without asking about him. Negative energy impact. Oh, right. I remember now. Mant seemed to have summoned the soul of a sailor. And then something unexpected happened. That sailor's soul actually relied on his strong obsession and the residual negative emotions on the battlefield to transform himself into the Spirit King. After sorting out his thoughts, Gruel quickly recalled what happened a few hours ago. His face instantly became abnormally pale, and his eyes revealed unconcealable shock and fear. Chapter 4:15. In fact, if it was just a specter, it wouldn't be enough to make a rank 5 evocation mage reveal such an expression. With the destructive power of a rank 3 arcane spell, he could easily get rid of the other party. However, with the addition of the word king, the meaning was completely different. It was common knowledge that most undead creatures had no intelligence. They could only rely on their instincts driven by hunger and thirst, as well as their unparalleled hatred for the living. They would never be able to evolve. However, there were always a few freaks in the world, or miracles that were pieced together by countless coincidences. Even the lowest of skeletons, corpses, ghouls, and the like could evolve their own independent consciousness and intelligence. Some of them were through external forces. For example, powerful spellcasters casting spells to strengthen themselves. Another example was that they accidentally came across a mystical magical item. In short, their powers were acquired. They weren't different from the moment they were born. There was another type that was especially special, at a specific time, a specific place, and a specific person due to some intense negative emotions, or a place where negative energy was especially concentrated. They would obtain unparalleled power the moment they turned into an undead. They would eventually become a king that stood at the peak of their kind. There was no doubt that the self-proclaimed king of the specters, Navid Rustam, was one of the lucky ones, if Mant hadn't summoned him to the material world, and if he hadn't happened to be in the vicinity of a battlefield filled with blood and slaughter, he wouldn't have been able to absorb so many negative emotions. At most, he would have turned into the lowest of specters, wandering aimlessly in the spirit world. Perhaps one day he would have found a crack that led to another plane, or perhaps he would have continued to wander for the rest of his life. It could be said that in an extremely coincidental situation, Navid had turned from a lowly sailor into a king of specters. If there had been the slightest mistake in the process, such as Mant sending him back to the spirit world before the transformation ended, or if he had summoned a relatively kinder soul, none of this would have happened. However, it was a pity that the so-called fate was that no matter how hard you worked, how desperately you fought, you would never be able to compare to a few lucky people. Some of them were born into noble families, some had talents that ordinary people couldn't hope to reach, and some had endless fortuitous encounters and astonishing growth rates. Needless to say, there were transmigrators like Andre, who had a cheating system. It couldn't be helped. Fate was never fair to begin with. It was like an invisible hand that placed everyone in a specific position. No matter how you struggled, no matter how you tried to escape, you could only embrace it with courage. Even the goddess of fate could not pry into the mystery. Thousands of years ago, she split herself into two halves in a fit of anger. That was the current goddess of fate and the goddess of misfortune, not to mention the lowly mortals. As Gruel recalled the truth of the matter, the dim cabin instantly became oppressive. The two mages who had lost their means of self-protection looked at each other, speechless for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Zebulun opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, all he could do was sigh and pray silently, hoping that he could escape alive. At the same time, Andre, who was far away on the deck of the Eye of Mystical, was asking Uruz about the situation in the Great Kamla Desert. Although he already knew about it from books, he still wanted to know the real situation, especially the local specialties, systems, customs, population, technological level, distribution of flora and fauna, geographical features, and so on. The mercenary leader was obviously happy that someone was interested in his hometown. He told him everything he knew, and the two quickly became familiar with each other. So, the staple food of the people in your world is the fruit of a plant called date palm. Andre asked in surprise. Although he heard that the inhabitants of the Middle East and North Africa had been fed this way in ancient times on Earth, he couldn't help but find it hard to believe that the desert dwellers of this world also ate it. Uruz nodded with a smile and explained, "That's right. It's the date palm. It's very sweet and nutritious. The warriors of our tribe grew up eating it, and that's why they have such strong bodies. The date palm tree looks a bit like a coconut tree. It can reach a maximum height of 35 meters. All the leaves grow on the crown of the tree. Every time it's fruiting time, the crown of the tree will be densely packed with red date palms. It looks very beautiful from afar. If you want to go to the desert one day, please be sure to take a look. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it." Feeling the cool sea breeze at night, Andre laughed happily. "Ha ha ha. Thank you for your reminder. I'll definitely go and see the desert as long as I'm alive. You know, half a year ago, my biggest dream was to travel to every corner of this world, from the polar regions in the north to the archipelago in the south, and then from the unfathomable bottom of the sea to the vast starry sky. I wanted to experience all kinds of different cultures and landscapes and enjoy a wandering life. But fate always likes to play tricks on people. The more you want something, the more you can't get it. Maybe the reason why dreams are so precious is that 99% of people can't achieve it in their entire lives. I like to explore the unknown, to experience the novelty of different identities, professions, countries, and regions. I also like to pursue the secrets hidden in Arcana and unravel the countless truths in the universe. Therefore, I don't like to be bound by power, responsibility, and money at all. That's why I've been looking for a few trustworthy and capable subordinates to exercise my power, manage my businesses, and command my army. I believe that you can understand what I'm trying to say after all that I've said, right? Yes, the reason why you want to recruit me is that you want me to be the commander of your private army." Uruz said very calmly. Hearing that Lucian said what he wanted without hesitation, Andre's eyes showed a trace of satisfaction. "You're very smart and sharp. I now have more than 350 well-equipped and well-trained knights. 2/3 of them are warriors, and each of them is equipped with at least 2 heavy war horses and 3 light war horses. Not only can they shoot from a distance, they can also charge at enemies. In addition, I have more than 500 barbarian heavy infantry. They're all elite warriors who have stood out from fierce battles. Currently, they're receiving formation training while fighting against the monster tribes near the border forest. Now tell me, if it were you, how would you organize them? And how would you use them to maximize their fighting power?" Chapter 416. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful army. I'm afraid that only a few dukes in Linton City have more private forces than this, right? Also, is this a test, my lord?" Uruz's face lit up with excitement as he spoke. As someone who had been learning how to march and fight from his teacher, since young, he was best at arranging troops and formations. He especially yearned to command thousands of men and horses in a battle that would decide his fate. However, it was a pity that the tribe he was in was too weak. They could not afford to raise enough professional warriors. In the end, they could only watch as thousands of desert bandits rushed into the oasis, killing and looting. In just 10 minutes, more than 500 tribal soldiers were defeated, Less than 200 people barely survived. They led their escaped relatives across the vast desert in search of a place to stay. Now that this dream finally had a chance to be realized, Eurus could no longer remain calm. His eyes flashed with a strange light, and his entire being was like an unsheathed sword, emitting a dazzling light. Ha, just treat it as a test. After all, I need to know if your battle strategy can bring victory. In a real battle, no twists and turns are more convincing than a single victory. I believe that as a commander, you should know this best. Also, I'm glad that you're finally willing to call me Lord. After speaking, Andre stared at Yura's slightly red eyes, which represented the bloodline of the gods. At the same time, he silently waited for an answer. He knew that he had to give the other party enough time to think. At the same time, he also hoped to get a commander whose battle strategy was close to his own. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to work together in the future. Eurus didn't notice the flash of anticipation on Andre's face. He lowered his head and seriously pondered over the military knowledge he had learned. He simulated the battle process in his mind again and again, estimating what formation could ensure that this elite private army could unleash its greatest battle strength. Time passed by minute. He didn't know if it was because he had overused his brain, but a layer of sweat quickly appeared on his forehead. His mouth kept muttering something, and he was so focused that he completely forgot about everything around him. He was immersed in his own world, unable to extricate himself. Andre was not in a hurry. He leaned against the mast and let the sea breeze blow his fiery red hair. He looked at the calm sea in the distance and was lost in thought. Suddenly, at the place where the sea and the sky met, there seemed to be two large blurry dots. They were like distant stars in the night sky, constantly flashing slightly. He did not dare to be negligent, and immediately activated the long-range vision ability of the captain's eye patch. He instantly discovered that it was a fleet of dozens of warships that were closing in. It seemed that they intended to surround the Eye of Arcane, and all of them had the flag of the Bacaro City Navy hanging on their masts. There was no need to ask to know that they were coming for him. Damn it! How did they find out where I stopped the boat? After gritting his teeth and cursing, Andre hastily shouted towards the sailors on the observation deck. Quick! Sound the alarm! Wake everyone up! Level 1 battle preparation. A large number of Bacaro City's warships appeared on the port side. We're in big trouble. This sentence not only woke up the sailors on watch, but also pulled Eurus back from his deep thoughts. He asked in shock, "What's going on?" "I think I heard a fleet appear just now." "Where are they?" Andre did not have time to explain too much. He directly pointed to the sea in the distance. "Do you see those dots of light in the distance? They're all oil lamps hanging at the bow and stern of the ship. That's the direction of the enemy fleet. Now, go to the cabin and wake up all your men who can move. We must set sail immediately, or we'll be dead once we're surrounded." "Oh, my God! How many ships are there? Are they crazy? In order to attack us, they don't even care about the danger of sailing at night." Eurus exclaimed in disbelief. Not only him, but all the crew members, including the lookout, who had not rested yet, were shocked. One by one, they shouted on the deck, and before long, everyone on the ship was woken up. In less than 10 minutes, the Eye of the Arcane set sail again, moving at full speed in the opposite direction in an attempt to escape the enemy's encirclement. Although the accuracy of the ballistas and catapults was worrying once the number of them reached the extent of covering fire, even stone walls would be smashed down, not to mention a ship made of wood. Although the wood used to build ships was basically not much worse than iron after removing the moisture. As long as it was wood, it would be afraid of fire. This was especially true for stone shells coated with blazing fire glue. Perhaps one or two of them could be extinguished with sand, but if there were more than 10 of them, it would be tantamount to announcing the death sentence of the Eye of the Arcane. After all, with such a large force, Andre would never believe that there were no mages in the fleet. Therefore, he did not even have the intention to counterattack. He turned around and ran without saying a word. In the face of an enemy that was several times or even 10 times stronger than him, he would be a fool if he still foolishly charged forward. He did not have the hobby of masochism, nor did he have the habit of smashing eggs against rocks. The Eye of the Arcane was a typical Galen ship. In addition to the huge sails hanging from the 3 main masts, there were also jibs hanging from the bow, stern, and between the masts. Its speed was far from that of the oval-shaped ships in this world, most of which only had 2 masts, could compare to. In the absence of large waves, it had no problem running at 7 to 8 knots. If one did not consider the possibility of the masts breaking and the hull severely tilting, running at 10 knots or more would not be a problem. As for the other ships, at best, they would not exceed 3 knots. Even with the addition of the oars, their speed could only break through 5 knots in a short period of time. It would be a dream to catch up to them. As the Eye of the Arcane entered a state of high speed, it left the Bakharov city's fleet far behind in the blink of an eye. Some boorish sailors even stood at the stern of the ship, taking off their pants and slapping their white buttocks, loudly mocking the enemy for only being able to follow behind them. Ha 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 ha! It's like they're trying to ambush the great Eye of the Arcane. Go eat shit. That's right. I really want to see the expressions on their faces now. I'm sure it'll be wonderful. Long live Captain Andre. Fortunately, he discovered us in time. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. For a moment, all the crew members were celebrating that they had escaped a calamity. At the same time, they cheered loudly. The lookout even hung a pink flag at the top of the mast, and scrupulously venting their dissatisfaction after being woken up from their sleep. Chapter 4:17. Seeing this scene, the Bakharov city's fleet commander, who had been left far behind, was so angry that his nose became crooked. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! How did these bastards discover us ahead of time? And they actually dared to provoke us." A man dressed in a long robe stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "General Zack, do you think we should cast a few wind spells to increase the speed of the ship? Or should we have a few 5th rank and above wizards take to the air and use fireballs to destroy their sails?" "No, there's no need for that. In any case, this ship is already a rat that has fallen into a trap. No matter how they run, they won't be able to escape the encirclement. The rest will be left to the Marquis of Blood. No matter what, that ship is worthy of being called a powerful warship. Whether it's speed or firepower, it's far beyond our imagination. What we need to do is wait for them and Kyrgyzstan to both suffer heavy losses. If we can seize the ship's secret weapon after the war, Bakharov City will immediately replace and surpass Lincoln City, becoming the undisputed overlord of the southern seas." Saying this, the fleet commander called General Zack's lips curled up slightly, revealing a trace of cunning that didn't match the resolute expression on his face. It gave off a very uneasy feeling. "I see. So you deliberately slowed down the ship and let the people of Lincoln City kill each other. After the results are out, you'll launch an attack and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. There were no fools among the wizards. Even the weakest first-rank wizard had more intelligence than 90% of ordinary people. It was easy for him to guess the fleet commander's thoughts. In fact, the Bakharov City's wizard organization and Lincoln City's wizard association had a deep grudge. Due to the trade war, there would be casualties every once in a while. Bakharov City was always the one at a disadvantage, because whether it was the quality or quantity of their wizards, they were far inferior to the powerful Lincoln City's Wizard Association. Now that there was an opportunity to get rid of an important member of the other side. He naturally wouldn't miss it. The man even made preparations to not give the other side a chance to surrender. He had to eliminate them completely. At the same time, Andre was standing quietly on the deck of the Eye of Arcane, ignoring the overjoyed crew. He frowned and stared at the enemy ship that was getting further and further away from him. His heart was filled with puzzlement and doubt. He knew very well that Bacaro City's fleet was equipped with quite a few mages, but why were they not using any arcane spells to increase their speed? Nor were they attacking from the air? The dozens of large warships were simply lined up in a row, completely sealing off the path behind them. Apart from that, there were no other movements. It was so strange that it made him nervous. Yuras, who was proficient in battle tactics, didn't look any better. He took 2 steps forward and reminded him in a low voice, "Sir, please be prepared to fight to the death. If I'm not wrong, there must be something waiting for us up ahead. This is a carefully arranged trap. The warships behind us are just driving us away. The real fatal move is about to come." I understand. Andre muttered to himself in a low voice while quickly activating the magical ability on the blindfold. He kept searching the surrounding scene, trying to find something, but it was a pity that everything he did was in vain. Apart from the faint moonlight on the pitch-black sea, there wasn't even a small boat in sight. Only the sound of waves crashing against the hull of the boat reverberated in his ears. At this moment, a large number of burning stone shells suddenly appeared out of thin air, falling from the sky as if the end of the world had arrived. They launched a large-scale, indiscriminate attack on the area where the Eye of Arcane was located. The sailors on the ship were all dumbfounded. They stood motionless on the spot as if they had been immobilized. They stared wide-eyed at the approaching destruction. Despair. It was a crushing despair. Even if the Eye of Arcane was the most advanced warship in the world, it couldn't withstand the attack of hundreds of ballistae, not to mention that the stone shells were smeared with the most deadly blazing fire glue. Damn it! Turn! Everyone spread out. Go find cover. Andre, who was the first to react, immediately roared at the top of his lungs. At the same time, he quickly rushed to Crowley's side and pulled her towards the bottom of the ship. With such a large area of attack, it was impossible to completely avoid it. The only chance of survival was to rely on the sturdiness of the wood used to build the ship, being able to reduce the impact of the stone bullets. As for the ship itself, there was no need to ask to know that it was doomed. There was absolutely no chance of survival. At most, it would sink to the bottom of the sea after 3 rounds of attacks. The moment they ran into the cabin, Andre suddenly noticed a huge fleet slowly emerging out of thin air on the surface of the sea. There was no need to think to know that they must have been waiting here for a long time. Moreover, they had used some kind of invisibility magic to wait for their prey to walk into the trap. The whole plan could be said to be perfect. Countless fireballs fell from the sky and landed on the wooden deck one after another with deafening sounds. A large amount of wood chips splashed in all directions. Many of the crew members who couldn't dodge in time were directly smashed into meat paste. The blazing fire glue that would burn violently when exposed to air even set off a monstrous fire in just a few seconds. The fire quickly spread, and a hellish scene appeared on the sea. Blood, minced meat, organs, and broken limbs were strewn all over the place. Screams, wails, desperate cries before death. In just a few minutes, the deck of the Eye of Mystics was littered with corpses. Even the brave and fearless barbarian warriors had fallen into a half-collapsed state. They might not fear an enemy charging at them head-on, but to be inexplicably killed without even being able to touch the enemy's shadow was absolutely unacceptable. Many especially superstitious fellows even used weapons to chop off their own heads. Fortunately, the stone shells didn't penetrate the second deck. Otherwise, once the gunpowder stores on both sides were detonated, it would immediately cause an extremely frightening explosion. The entire ship might even be blown in half. At that time, the number of people who would survive would definitely not exceed 20. Kyrgyzstan stood on the deck of the flagship, enjoying the scene of destruction while laughing loudly like a madman. Ha 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 ha! Burn! Burn! Let the flames devour you completely. This is the flame of revenge. Struggle as much as you want before death comes. What a beautiful voice. Shout a little louder. The others obviously noticed that the Marquis' mental state wasn't normal, especially the light shining from his eyes. It was definitely not something a normal person could possess. Therefore, they all closed their mouths, afraid that they would accidentally lose their lives. A few hours ago, they had seen with their own eyes a slaughterhouse-like scene, which left a considerable shadow in their hearts. They still hadn't recovered from it. So how could they dare to go forward and dissuade him? Chapter 4:18. As a matter of fact, not all of the warships in this fleet belonged to the Brest family that Kyrgyz belonged to. Nearly half to one-third of them belonged to his hardcore allies. Therefore, many people were eager to obtain the blueprints of the Eye of Arcane, as well as the cannon technology that was becoming more and more legendary as the rumors spread, and use them to dominate the entire southern seas. Obviously, it was not in the interest of most people to watch such a huge warship being destroyed. What they urgently wanted was the technology and secrets, and not to watch the benefits that were within their reach be buried in the sea along with the blazing flames. Seeing that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, a representative from another family could no longer hold it in. He immediately coughed a few times on purpose, stepped forward, and suggested, "Your Excellency Marquis, our ambush has been a complete success. Do you think it's time to stop and send soldiers ashore to check if this ship is really as powerful as the rumors say?" "Stop! Why should I stop? Can't you see that the beautiful flames are burning and the enemies are wailing in despair? This is a feast of vengeance, and no one can interrupt it. Otherwise, my master will not be happy." After saying that, Kyrgyz placed one hand on his chest and bowed, very exaggeratedly. With a fanatical expression, he shouted, "Master! Great Master! The King of Spirits, Navid Rustam! Please show yourself. As a hunting hound, I have already caught your prey. Now, it's time to enjoy the sweet taste of vengeance and the feast of souls." "Ha ha ha ha! Well done, my loyal servant. It seems that you are indeed an excellent hunting hound. You have actually completed the task I assigned in such a short time." Accompanied by a burst of ear-piercing laughter, a green, translucent figure gradually emerged in midair. His appearance caused the already low temperature to drop to freezing point in an instant. Many people could even see the white gas coming out of their mouths. Dense negative energy quickly spread across the surface of the sea. In just half a minute, a large amount of white fog appeared. Even the mystical eye that was burning not far away was affected. The fire quickly dwindled and was completely extinguished after a while, leaving only the broken deck and broken corpses everywhere. Even the blood had solidified due to the low temperature. Coupled with the tattered sails, it looked like a fairy from the Styx. The Phantom King slowly flew through the crowd and landed in front of the Blood Marquis. He extended a pale finger and placed it between Kyrgyz's eyebrows, directly piercing through his brain. Brain matter mixed with dark red blood gushed out of the hole and covered the ground in the blink of an eye. Shocking. The other people on the ship all had shocked expressions on their faces. That was because the killing had come so suddenly and without any warning. What was even stranger was that the killer had a faint smile on his face the entire time, while the victim didn't seem to be in any pain. There was still an unconcealable fanaticism in his eyes. Now, everyone finally knew who the master that Kyrgyzstan had been talking about was, and how such a huge fleet could remain invisible. Everything was the masterpiece of this powerful Phantom King. What a strange atmosphere. What a strange scene. What was even stranger was the mentality of the people at this moment. Silence. Terrifying silence. None of the members on the flagship knew how to react. Should they rush up and fight this terrifying undead to avenge the Blood Marquis, or should they put on a facade of pandering and save their own lives first? Or should they just stay silent and wait for the Phantom King to leave on his own? Perhaps the most appropriate way to describe the current situation was to be at a loss and at a loss. The whole thing happened too quickly and too suddenly. A second ago, they were preparing to celebrate the upcoming victory, and the next second, the highest commander of the fleet was killed. Moreover, he died in such a strange way. Anyone would be in a mess if they were in his shoes. Depressing, an incomparably depressing atmosphere shrouded the surface of the sea. In particular, the soldiers and sailors at the lowest level were waiting for orders. Their nerves were already tense from the moment the Phantom King appeared, and they subconsciously held their weapons with both hands. Although these iron objects weren't enough to cause any harm to the Phantom King, weapons were the only thing that could give them a sense of security. However, their silence didn't mean that the Phantom King wouldn't speak. After devouring Kyrgyz's soul, Navid Rustam greedily licked his lips, opened his arms, and laughed excitedly. Aha! Since I've found my prey, the hounds are useless, and your noses, eyes, and ears are useless as well. Just treat them as waste and decorate this wonderful night of revenge. As soon as his voice fell, with him as the center, an intense negative energy impact instantly erupted. In the blink of an eye, 90% of the creatures on the flagship were killed, including the rats. Only 6 feudal knights and 10 warriors above grade, were left alive. Although negative energy could cause cardiac arrest, breathing difficulties, rapid loss of body temperature, and other disastrous consequences, it wasn't impossible for close combat professionals with strong physiques to resist. Of course, injuries were inevitable. As for the severity, it depended on luck and each person's magic resistance. Those with lighter injuries would be fine after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, while those with more severe injuries would cause damage to their internal organs. Even if they didn't die immediately, they wouldn't be able to last long. Kill him. Kill this undead, or else we'll all die. A knight who wasn't severely injured drew out his weapon and loudly reminded his companions beside him, as well as the crew of the other ships. From the earlier attack, he could tell that this spirit race king had no intention of leaving anyone alive at all. He wanted to kill everyone and then turn all of their souls into his own food. Spirits were one of the few undead that could strengthen themselves by devouring the souls of the dead. Once the energy accumulated exceeded a certain limit, even the archbishop of the shrine wouldn't be able to kill them. Every time they appeared, they would bring about unimaginable disasters. That's right. Let's unite and kill him. We mustn't let this scourge continue to spread death in this world. Charge! In an instant, the remaining 10-odd people drew their weapons, shouted all sorts of slogans, and launched a fierce attack. This was especially so for a few feudal knights. Their charging speed was unbelievably fast, arriving in front of the Spirit King in just a second. They swung their weapons fiercely, and just from the wind pressure alone, one could tell how powerful their attacks were. In the blink of an eye, not only did the Spirit King not make any movements to dodge, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. He allowed the long swords, great swords, war hammers, machetes, axes, and all sorts of other weapons to pass through his body. Chapter 419. Then, an astonishing scene appeared. It was as if all the weapons were slashing at the air, passing through the translucent body without any hindrance, not to mention causing damage. There was not even the slightest bit of hindrance. Bang! 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 The attacks of the warriors and knights all smashed onto the deck, splashing up a large amount of wood shavings. A few of them had used too much strength and directly pierced through the half-meter thick deck. The terrifying power caused the entire ship to shake violently. The power was not much weaker than the power of artillery shells. However, such powerful attacks were unable to harm the Spirit King at all. Fear, confusion, despair, an expression of disbelief appeared on everyone's face. Some of them stood on the spot and stared at their hands in a daze, while others slashed wildly, like crazy. There were also some who laughed maniacally like crazy. As for the captains on the other warships, they hurriedly called out to the sailors and immediately fired burning stone shells at the flagship, attempting to get rid of it together with the terrifying undead so that they would not follow in the same footsteps. Navid Rustum stared with his pair of red eyes and sighed with great enjoyment. Ah, this is fear. This is despair. This crazy thought. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Since the prelude to death has begun, let me push it to the climax. After all, before a big meal, there should always be some appetizers to decorate it. After saying that, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. The next second, pooh! A knight who was attacking crazily suddenly felt a sharp pain. He lowered his head and found that there was a large hole in his chest where his heart was. His beating heart rolled to the ground from inside, and blood gushed out continuously. A few seconds later, he blacked out and fell to the ground, losing consciousness forever. High speed, swift and violent, fast and fast. The Spirit King used his own actions to show the lowly mortals what the efficiency of killing was and what the art of death was. Within a short minute, he used his claws that could pierce through anything to dig out the hearts of the remaining knights and warriors. At the same time, he devoured their souls at an unbelievable speed. The powerful professionals who could fight against 100 were like bugs, easily crushed to death on the deck. They did not even have a chance to resist, because their weapons could not hurt the ghosts that did not have a physical body at all. After slaughtering all the survivors on the deck of the flagship, Navid Rustum threw down the broken ship that was riddled with holes and flew directly across the sea to another ship. He continued to slaughter the desperate sailors, enjoying the negative emotions brought by pain, screams, despair, and death. For the undead, this was simply the best nourishment. Coupled with the pleasure of devouring souls, he looked like a drug addict, unable to extricate himself. As the negative emotions accumulated, the fog on the sea became thicker and thicker. Only the screams of the sailors could be heard, but after more than 10 minutes, the voices, the screams of the crew members to be heard. But after a dozen or so minutes, the voices became less and less. Andre had long noticed the abnormality in the surroundings. At this moment, he was standing on the dilapidated deck of the Eye of Arcane, squinting his eyes as he stared in the direction of the sound. Lowering his voice, he asked the elven attendant beside him, "How is it? Do you feel anything? Especially this unusual coldness. It's exactly the same as the last time we explored the underground ruins." "Master, if my senses are not wrong, it should be a powerful undead killing wantonly. The fog on the sea is negative emotions, and energy, it will only appear when it gathers to a certain extent. The thick smell of blood in the air also means that the fleet that attacked us just now should be almost wiped out by now. As a druid, Nina was particularly sensitive to all unnatural things, including war creatures, monsters created by magic, devils from hell, demons that crawled out of the abyss, and undead that relied on negative energy to survive. Not to mention that the negative energy was so thick that even ordinary people would feel uncomfortable. Even if a small skeleton or a living corpse appeared within a kilometer, it would not be able to escape her senses. The navy of Bakarov City, the invisible fleet waiting for us to fall into a trap, and now the appearance of a terrifying undead. What is the connection? Or is it just a coincidence? Andre muttered to himself as his brain worked quickly, trying to find some useful clues. Because the whole thing happened too suddenly, and because he had to take Chloe and the others to avoid the stone bullets and flames that blotted out the sky, it was good enough that they were not injured. He did not have much time to think at all. Now, he could finally stop and quietly recall if he had missed anything and how to get out of the current predicament. The Eye of Arcane had suffered a devastating blow. 2 of the 3 main masts were broken, the first deck was beyond recognition, and the second deck was also damaged to varying degrees. Fortunately, the supporting structure of the hull was still intact, and there was no need to worry about sinking for a while. As the vice captain, Bartholomew quickly gathered the crew members who were not dead. While counting the casualties, he carried out emergency repairs on the ship. At the same time, he reloaded the cannons and was ready for battle at any time. The previous rounds of attacks had killed more than half of the sailors and about a third of the barbarian warriors. The Sandstorm mercenary group was slightly better, with less than 10 casualties. This was because most of them were injured and stayed in the lowest cabin, escaping the terrible disaster. Of course, the main reason was that the penetration of the ballista was relatively poor, and the fire was extinguished in time. Otherwise, it would have burned the ammunition depot in a few minutes, and that would have been a big problem. A few minutes later, Bartholomew came to Andre with a gloomy face and said in a low voice, "Sir, our situation is more serious than we thought. The most fatal is that the sails and rudder are all damaged. It will take at least 40 minutes to an hour to repair them. I'm afraid the enemy won't give us that much time. Don't worry about whether we have time or not. Get someone to repair the rudder and replace it with backup sails. Even if there is only 1 mast left, the Eye of Arcane can still barely move. Remember, once the repairs are done, escape immediately. No matter what happens, don't stay. I'll think of a way to buy some time." After saying that, Andre raised his hand and buffed himself with protection from evil, mage armor, and flight. Then, he activated the 3 defensive arcane spells on the secondary defense staff. In just a few seconds, his body flickered with colorful magical radiance, especially the huge translucent wings on his back, which looked very cool. But all this could not hide the fact that he was about to engage in a dangerous battle, especially now that he did not know what kind of undead creature he would be facing, let alone its abilities, weaknesses, challenge level, and so on. Chapter 420. Chloe held her lover's hand tightly, a nervous expression appearing on her face. Her 2 beautiful big eyes were filled with concern. Andre knew what the girl was worried about. He smiled and kissed her forehead, comforting her gently. "Don't worry, I'll come back safely. Take this with you. You said it can hurt the soul. It might be useful at a critical moment." Chloe took out her cold iron dagger and placed it in Andre's hand. Perhaps the apocalyptic scene just now had left a huge shadow in her heart, or perhaps it was the emotional side of a woman acting up. She suddenly became a little sentimental. "Thank you. Stay on the ship and don't run around. I'll be back soon." Although he already had a curved dagger that could restrain undead creatures, Andre didn't refuse the girl's kindness. He fastened the dagger to his belt and stroked her soft hair. He instantly activated the flight spell and quickly disappeared into the dense fog. Because he was at sea, he didn't find any helpers. Even the demonkin warrior Eunice and the elven druid Nina were no exception. After all, the fog was so thick that they would completely disappear from sight if they were more than a meter apart. It would be easier to cause accidental injuries if there were too many people. It was far less convenient to go alone. In any case, he just had to treat everyone who dared to come close as enemies and deal with them, following the faint screams from afar. Andre quickly flew across the sky above the dense fog. In just 1 or 2 minutes, he discovered the fleet that was lined up in a straight line below. Without any hesitation, he swooped down and landed on the deck of one of the ships. He held the mithril curved dagger in one hand and the fireball staff in the other. He carefully observed the situation around him. After a short while, he felt a chill run down his spine. Sweat slid down his cheeks and mixed with the sticky blood under his feet. Terrible. It was simply too terrible. The entire deck was littered with hundreds of corpses. Every one of their hearts had been hollowed out and thrown around casually. In addition, the negative energy had spread in the air, causing the temperature to drop below zero. A large amount of blood had solidified into a large gelatinous substance. It was like stepping on a patch, and the stench was enough to make a person with a weak mind collapse. However, Andre, who had seen how Ulysses dissected a living body, was very calm. He squatted down and carefully examined the wounds on the body. Soon, he found a very strange phenomenon. The hearts were squeezed out from the inside by some kind of force. The skin and muscles were also cracked because of this. There were no traces of sharp weapons or claws. Strange. He had never seen such a strange wound before. More than 90% of the heart was black, shriveled, and rotten, as if it had been left there for a day or two. However, it had not been more than half an hour since the start of the massacre. It should not have changed so quickly. A large number of corpses, a rotten heart, coagulated blood plasma. The air was cold and gloomy. When all of this was put together, it formed a spectacular death scene. Even the most strong-willed person couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Resisting the urge to vomit, Andre returned to the sky and searched ship after ship. The scene he saw was similar. Most importantly, he had not found a single survivor so far. A massacre. It was an extremely tragic massacre. Although this fleet had ambushed the Eye of Arcane, he should have been quick to act now that it had fallen to such a state. However, after admiring thousands of corpses that had lost their hearts, it was impossible for anyone with a shred of humanity to be happy. With the power of fly, Andre quickly swept past all the warships and finally landed on the flagship with the largest displacement and the most corpses, because he saw the Kyrgyz with a fanatical expression on his face. To be exact, it was the corpse of a Kyrgyz. This guy had died in a different way from the others. There was a big hole in his head, and his brain matter had almost flowed out. He was lying straight on the deck, motionless. Around him were piles of corpses of feudal knights and high-level warriors. The expressions on these people's faces were either crazy or desperate. Some even had a smile of relief. Coupled with the extent of the destruction on the deck, there was no doubt that a fierce battle had taken place. Andre could not believe it. What kind of creature could kill so many high-level melee professions in such a short time? And from the looks of it, the difference in strength between the two sides was very obvious. It could even be said that they were not on the same level. Stepping over the corpses, Andre went straight to the blood-marquee Kyrgyz and silently looked into his eyes. No fear, no struggle, no hatred, and no reluctance to live. There was only boundless fanaticism. It was as if just as a conclusion appeared in his mind, a green figure suddenly flashed not far away and disappeared without a trace in just a second. If not for the magic eye mask being in effect and allowing him to clearly see the scenery in the distance, he would have thought that he had seen wrongly. Who's there? Don't hide. I see you. After shouting loudly, Andre looked around vigilantly, trying to find the figure that had just flashed by. He could feel that the density of negative energy in the air had suddenly increased by quite a bit. All the hair on his body seemed to have been stimulated and stood on end. Even his fire elemental constitution could not resist the invasion of this gloomy coldness. He felt as if he was in an ice cellar. It was now the end of May, and the average temperature in the south had already exceeded 30 degrees Celsius. Even at night, it rarely went below 12 degrees. But now, it was more than 10 degrees below zero. There was only one explanation for such a strange phenomenon, and that was that there was an extremely powerful undead creature lingering within 30 meters. In particular, a faint trace of fear aura was slowly affecting his brain, as if there was a voice constantly reminding him in his ears. Run. Run quickly, or you'll die. As the name implied, the aura of fear was a type of aura that could make people feel afraid. To be more precise, it was a large area of effect magic. Usually, only the most powerful undead creatures could possess it, such as liches, death knights, vampire princes, and so on. This also meant that the green figure that had flashed by was definitely not a human or any other living thing, but a genuine undead creature. Moreover, it was one of the stronger types of undead creatures. Chapter 4:21. At the thought of this, Andre immediately raised his level of alertness to the maximum. At the same time, he summoned his magical pet without saying a word. After a strong flash, the little eyes that had grown a lot finally appeared again. It opened its bloody mouth and cried out, obviously a little too excited. For the eye demon, the fresh corpses, the red flesh, and the pungent smell of blood were the best enjoyment. If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't allowed, it would have rushed up and devoured the corpses that hadn't shown any signs of decay to satisfy its morbid appetite. Be quiet. We have a troublesome enemy to deal with now. Focus, and find it out from the fog. Andre said, as he patted Beady Eye's meatball-like body. Awoo! The small eye uttered a series of cries of unknown meaning. Sticking out its tongue and licking its sharp teeth, it unwillingly widened its main eye and 4 tentacle-like eyes and monitored the surroundings from 720 degrees from all directions. As the pet and the mage were within a certain distance, usually no more than 1.5 kilometers, they could share thoughts, sight, touch, hearing, smell, and so on. No matter which direction the enemy attacked from, it would not be able to escape the eyes of so many eyes. Of course, Beady Eye's sense of smell and taste had greatly deteriorated, so it was useless even if they shared their senses. Unless the person had a particularly strong smell, even if a stinky sock that hadn't been washed for a few days, it wouldn't be able to smell it. Just as the man and the magic pet's nerves were stretched taut, a faint laughter suddenly came from the fog. It was so illusory that it gave people a very unreal feeling. Moreover, the sound came from all directions, so it was impossible to pinpoint its location. Hee hee hee, hee 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 hee, ha 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 ha. Look at what I found. Isn't this the famous genius mage, potion master, and successor to the next president of the Mage Association, the legendary figure, Sir Andre? I didn't expect you to be the owner of that giant ship. That's a little surprising. Along with the strange laughter, a cold and deep voice echoed in the air, like an emissary from the underworld. It made one's scalp tingle. However, Andre wasn't frightened by the other party's terrifying voice. Instead, he sneered and mocked, "Humph, you've done a thorough investigation. As an undead who enjoys massacring others, you really have a lot of patience." When the guy hiding in the dark heard this, he immediately laughed happily. After a full minute, he said in a playful tone, "Ah, it's an honor to be praised by you, but aren't you using your hostility in the wrong place? The one I killed was Blood Marquis Kyrgyz and his fleet. In order to eliminate you, he didn't even hesitate to inform the Bakarov Navy. But you didn't even say a word of thanks. Instead, you're acting so cold and heart-wrenching. Thank you? Andre curled his lips in disdain. Then I'll have to thank you properly for helping this fleet become invisible and giving me such a surprise. Oh, what does that mean? Why can't I understand? The guy hiding in the fog asked in an innocent tone. However, this level of feigning ignorance had no effect on a wise wizard. The corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, and he revealed a contemptuous smile. You don't understand? Do you think I'm a fool or an idiot? Or perhaps your intelligence is too low, and you can't understand the literal meaning? To be able to cast such a large-scale group invisibility spell, even if it's one that can't be moved temporarily, one needs to be at least rank 13 to cast it. Do you think there would be such a one-sided massacre if there was a great mage of the 13th rank or above? You might be considered a relatively powerful existence among the undead creatures, but compared to the mages who possessed arcane powers, you were nothing more than a subject to be enslaved, a living experiment material, or a filler for the creation of magical equipment. A frog at the bottom of a well. Open your eyes and take a good look. The power of arcane magic is much stronger than you think. In front of it, you're just a slightly stronger lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As soon as he finished speaking, Andre suddenly took out his fireball staff and aimed at the place where the negative energy was most concentrated in the fog, shooting out 5 fireballs the size of ping-pong balls. Under the watch of Small Eye, who was extremely sensitive to magic, the opponent had already found his position the moment he spoke. The reason he spoke so much nonsense was just to distract himself. Asterisk boom, 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 boom. Asterisk after a series of violent explosions, the raging flames completely dispersed a part of the fog, revealing a translucent spirit that emitted green light. The power of 5 consecutive fireballs had blasted half of its body beyond recognition, especially its head. More than half of it was completely transparent, and it was obviously badly injured. One had to know that the thing that kept the undead alive was negative energy. Its essence was death and coldness, and things like sunlight, fire, and high temperature were its nemesis. If the target didn't have any special resistance, in theory it should be calculated as 1, 5 times, or even double the damage. Seeing that this undead creature was still alive after taking 5 fireballs head-on, and was even showing signs of recovery, Leyland was shocked. Andre was shocked. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What a terrifying life force! It seems that if I don't kill you in one go, with the negative emotions, blood, corpses, and remnant souls left behind from the slaughter, you'll be able to recover in no time. Could it be that your previous bloody slaughter was to create a battlefield where you can regenerate endlessly? He. No, they're just appetizers before I taste the main meal, just like how a song must have a prologue, middle climax, and ending. As the king of the spirits, how can I kill my own obsession so easily? I must enjoy it. Now, I declare that from this moment onwards, this music of death has officially entered the climax. Pain, despair, wailing, death. I'll bring you all the most exciting emotions in the world. Remember, this is to repay you for giving me a new life." As the last word came out of Navid Rustam's mouth, his body instantly returned to its original state, quickly disappearing into the thick fog. There was no doubt that he had entered stealth mode. Chapter 422. Staring at the Phantom King, who had completely concealed himself, Andre unhurriedly took out a level 2 arcane spell, glittering powder magic scroll, and asked sarcastically, "You said that I gave you reincarnation? Can you tell me the time of your death? I'm sorry, but I have too many things to deal with, and it's hard for me to remember those lowly people." In fact, he had been trying to provoke the Phantom King to leave the cover of the fog. If not, this battle would turn into a long and drawn-out tug-of-war, and he would definitely be worn out. After all, undead creatures didn't need to eat or sleep, but humans needed to eat, drink, and poop. It was obvious who would benefit from stalling for time. But it was a pity that Navid Rustam, who had devoured many souls, was no longer the same as before. His intelligence had undergone a qualitative change, and he even knew how to hide his aura. Even his negative energy had become indistinct, making it impossible for one to determine his exact location. The thick fog concealed everything, including the sky, the sea, the surrounding floating ships, sight, smell. The sensory organs of humans were weakened to the greatest extent. On the other hand, the undead creature's perception of living beings was greatly enhanced because they could detect living beings within a 1-kilometer radius without using their eyes. Currently, Andre could only rely on his sharp intuition and his small eye's 720-degree surveillance. As soon as there was any movement, he would immediately activate the magic scroll in his hand and use the fireball staff to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Under the current circumstances, using an arcane spell in a normal manner was a suicidal act. Once he entered a focused state, his alertness would greatly decrease. Even though he was protected by defensive spells, the strange wounds on the corpse made it so that he had to be careful. If he wasn't careful, his heart could be dug out while he was still alive. Time passed by, minute by minute. However, Navid Rustam didn't show any signs of attacking. He seemed to be patiently waiting for his opponent to become mentally exhausted and his body to be slowly frozen by the cold fog. Just when Andre felt that he couldn't concentrate anymore, suddenly a slight ripple streaked across the air, and he suddenly smelled an indescribable odor. In the next second, a pale claw appeared out of thin air and pierced straight into his chest where his heart was. It came so quickly and so accurately that there was not even 0.1 seconds to react. Andre did not have the time to activate any scrolls or magic items. He could only turn his body slightly and watch the translucent claw penetrate through the invisible field of protection from evil into his abdomen. His sorcerer's armor and stone skin did not work at all. Then, the excruciating pain overwhelmed his brain. Unable to hold it any longer, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! The blood-curdling wails continued to reverberate on the surface of the sea. When the survivors on the Eye of Arcane heard it, they all paled, especially Chloe, who was closest to Andre. She couldn't help but shed tears. As a youth whose voice was going through puberty, Andre's voice was very distinct. As long as one wasn't deaf, they would be able to feel the immense pain he was suffering from. Furthermore, it was definitely not as simple as being injured. He might even be struggling on the verge of death. Damn it! We have to help him. Euros was the first to come back to his senses. He bit his weapon and was about to jump into the sea. Whether it was the scripture or the sense of honor in his heart, neither allowed him to sit back and watch the person he was loyal to and his savior be killed just like that. A few mercenaries who were unharmed also took off their shirts and shoes, ready to follow their leader to help. It had to be said that these guys were quite brave and were not afraid of death at all. Perhaps it was because they had the bloodline of the gods, or perhaps it was a unique culture derived from the cruel natural environment of the desert. In short, they were more united, trustworthy, and knew how to repay kindness than most humans in other regions. Just as Euros was about to jump into the sea, Eunice suddenly pulled out her magic sword and stopped him. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, "Stop. Master has ordered. Leave immediately once the ship is repaired. No one is allowed to stay for no reason. Are you disobeying the order? Then, according to you, we're just going to watch him die?" Euros stared into the half-demon's eyes and questioned loudly. Another mercenary nodded and said, "That's right. You and I don't care. But we are the descendants of the great desert god, Akamala. None of us are cowards who fear death. We would rather die together with the enemy than abandon our friends and run away. Count me in." As a retainer, I have to live and die with my master. The vice captain, Bartholomew, squeezed through the crowd and stood firmly on the side of the Sandstorm mercenaries. For people like him, he was already used to sacrificing himself at critical moments to protect his master's life. After all, he had received such education from the moment he was sensible. At the same time, he knew that even if he died, his family would be well taken care of. His master would even give his son or grandson a noble title on account of his loyalty, giving them their own manor and territory. But if he went back on his words, his fate would be very miserable. First, the entire noble class would despise him for abandoning his master and escaping alone. Second, he would face the trial of the Noble Protection Act. Finally, his family and descendants would suffer unimaginable humiliation and difficulties, unable to recover for several lifetimes. Every time someone mentioned this family, they would immediately associate it with the betrayal of their ancestors. Unless they escaped far away, they would never be able to raise their heads again. Just like the saying goes, the privilege one enjoys must bear the responsibility that goes with it. The job of a retainer had an inseparable relationship with loyalty from the very first day it was born. Without loyalty, the feudal system and aristocratic system that was based on it would quickly collapse. Therefore, all the ruling classes would automatically protect it. As long as traitors and their descendants were discovered, they would immediately be punished. Therefore, Bartholomew would rather die here than escape alone. Chloe wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and tightly grasped the sword at her waist. She shouted, "Take me with you. I want to help too." Chapter 4:23. Oh, damn it, my young miss. Don't add to the mess in this special situation. Before Master left, he should have warned you not to do anything that you think is smart. Eunice grabbed the noble girl's arm and slapped her forehead. No matter how she struggled, she had no intention of letting go. In terms of strength, the Demonkin warriors had an absolute advantage. Not to mention a female bard, even a muscular barbarian warrior, would have to concede defeat. Although Chloe was now only a step away from officially becoming a rank 1 bard, she couldn't play her usual role in a real fierce battle. The enemy wasn't a fool who would immediately attack once they heard the music filled with magic. With her current skills, she might not even be able to survive a single round. Therefore, even if she went to help, it would be more of a hindrance. Everyone might even have to divert their attention to protect her from harm. Let go of me. Let go. I want to save Andre. Can't you hear that he's in great pain right now? Chloe struggled with all her might as if she had gone mad. A series of hysterical roars came from her mouth. It was completely different from her usual lively and playful personality. It was as if she was a completely different person. Seeing the girl's relentless pestering, Eunice's suppressed anger also erupted. She grabbed Chloe's collar and directly lifted her up. She growled in a low voice, "I know, of course I know. But do you understand why he's doing this? Isn't it so that you can escape alive? Do you think I don't want to go and help? Now shut your mouth immediately. Stay here obediently. The same goes for all of you. Remember, Master's order is for us to leave immediately after fixing the sails and rudder. If anyone dares to disobey the order, don't blame me for being ruthless." As ferocious expressions appeared on the half-demons' faces, the Eye of Mystical was instantly filled with an oppressive atmosphere. This was especially true for the men of action led by Bartholomew and Uruzi. Their eyes emitted a chilling glint. Each and every one of them held their weapons, looking as if they were about to fight. Whether it was Eunice, Euras, Chloe, or Bartholomew, all of them were unruly people. Usually when Andre was here, all the conflicts were suppressed. But once he wasn't, the conflicts immediately erupted. Just as the group was about to start fighting, the elven druid Nina who had been standing at the side without saying a word, suddenly stepped forward and said in an emotionless tone, "Enough! Put down your weapons. This is not the time for internal strife. Although I'm a little unwilling, Eunice is right. Master's orders must be obeyed. So raise the sails and set sail immediately. Leave the sea area. If anyone dares to disobey the order, I'll let them be completely swallowed by the sea." After saying that, she suddenly raised her right hand and released a powerful natural energy. Not long after, a large number of sharks began to appear in the surrounding seawater, one after another. Now, no matter who jumped into the sea, they would only end up as supper for the sharks. Everyone present knew about the relationship between Nina and Andre, especially Chloe, who knew about the druid's origins. Even if everyone on the ship betrayed Andre, this elf would never do so. Because she was a life form created by magic, she would never betray her master. Seeing that the rescue operation could no longer continue, the survivors on the ship could only follow the orders left behind by the captain. They hung the sails on the remaining mast and slowly set sail in the direction of the deserted island. At the same time, Andre, who was fighting the Spirit King, was staring with his two orange eyes as his intestines were being pulled out of his stomach bit by bit. The intense pain caused his consciousness and vision to become blurry. Sweat had long since soaked his clothes, and he looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. Ha 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 ha. How does it feel? You must know that not everyone gets to see their intestines being slowly pulled out with their own eyes. I believe you must be experiencing a great thrill right now. Don't worry, my friend. This is just the beginning. I'll pull out every single one of your internal organs from your body, Navid Rustam said with a look of satisfaction. Your ability is organ harvesting? Andre asked with hurried breathing as he resisted the urge to lose consciousness. He could sense that his physical strength and vitality were rapidly depleting. If he were to lose consciousness at this moment, he would be like a piece of meat on a chopping board. There would be no chance of survival. Therefore, he could only clench his teeth and hang on. The Spirit King held onto a section of intestines and shook his head playfully. No, my ability isn't as simple as organ harvesting. To be precise, it's through controlling the blood flow speed in a living being's body, creating a strong pressure that's enough to break through the blood vessels, muscles, and skin. Then there'll be a loud bang. Blood. So that illusory hand of yours is just a medium. Once it comes into contact with blood, you'll be able to control them. After forcing himself to finish this sentence, Andre immediately felt a sweetness in his throat. Within a few seconds, blood gushed out from his nostrils, mouth, and ears like a flood. It was accompanied by intense coughing. Looking at Andre's miserable state, Navid Rustam bent down and stuck close to Andre's pair of extremely dim eyes. He lamented playfully, "How is it? My ability isn't bad, right? This is a great power that evolved from devouring hundreds and thousands of souls. In fact, even though you've killed me, I don't hate you at all. In fact, I'm grateful because you've bestowed me with a new life. Fate. It's really a very wonderful thing. Take me for example. When I was alive, I was merely a lowly sailor. But who would have thought that after I died, I'd become a spirit king at the very top of the undead creatures? The reason why I want to kill you is because of my obsession. It's like hunger, incessantly devouring my heart and rationality. Only by killing you will this devouring stop. Only then will I have the chance to advance to a higher level. Remember, this isn't a personal grudge. It's a hunt and a meal. You're the food that I desire to devour the most. Look at your miserable state right now. Humans are really very fragile creatures. Let me end this painful torment and let everything return to peace. Farewell, young genius. I'll inherit your pride, wisdom, and character. I'll devour your soul, absorb all your memories, and only, perhaps your fate is to make me stronger. Chapter 4:24. As the last word fell, the Spirit King suddenly raised his hand and instantly stabbed it into Andre's chest, directly detonating the heart on the left side. Scarlet blood immediately gushed out, and Andre's entire body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black fog belonging to death slowly shrouded the surroundings, and his skin also became dull. Only his eyes were still as bright as before. The large amount of blood loss caused Andre to gradually lose consciousness, as if he had entered a very mysterious state. There was no pain, no torture, no cold. Everything disappeared without a trace after the excessive blood loss. It was as if there was an invisible force guiding him to another world, a world that only souls could go to. Is this death? Am I already dead? I really didn't expect death to be so easy. It's completely like a form of release. Just as Andre was about to give up everything and pass through the door that opened before him, a low murmur suddenly rang out in his ears. No, you can't die yet. Wake up quickly. You still have a mission to complete. Descendant, call my name. Become my emissary in the material world. I will bestow upon you a long life, power that will make the world tremble. My name is Isoldezer, Prince of the Fire Element, controller of the flames of wrath. Over and over again, it was as if he was hallucinating in his half-asleep state. There was no sense of reality at all. In fact, ever since his fire elemental bloodline was awakened, he would occasionally hear similar voices. It was just that the previous voices were too vague, and he could not hear the specific content clearly. However, at this moment, the murmur was at least 10 times louder, and some of the originally vague sentences had also become clear. It was as if he was in a state of near death in a trance, and his hearing had become even sharper. Andre had heard that demons and devils would use whispers to tempt the souls of mortals who had just died. Thus, he did not know if he should respond to the other party, let alone whether those illusory promises would really be fulfilled. Just as he was about to die, a green light suddenly descended from the sky, starting to tear apart the soul that had yet to leave the body. There was no need to ask to know that the Spirit King was definitely impatient to taste the unique taste of the mage's soul, as well as the large amount of memories and knowledge it contained. It was very obvious that he had no other choice now. He could only try everything he could, chanting in his heart, the great prince of the fire element, Isoldezer, master of the flames of wrath. I call upon you and beg for your help. Please resurrect me and give me strength to defeat this evil undead before me. Just a second later, the mysterious voice rang in his ears again. Human with the fire elemental bloodline, your ancestor signed a contract with me 4,000 years ago. He swore that he was willing to walk across material planes and use the flames of destruction to spread my name and gain the fear and reverence of mortals. If you are willing to continue fulfilling this contract, then I will be able to pass through the barrier of the material plane and grant you the ability to use the flames of wrath. At the same time, I will grant you the title of Flaming Duke. Now, tell me your answer. I'm willing. I am willing to continue fulfilling this contract. He was also willing to accept the title of Flaming Duke. Give me strength. Otherwise, that damned undead will tear my soul apart. Seeing that the Spirit King's dragging force was getting increasingly stronger, Andre could no longer be bothered to bargain. He agreed to all the conditions at one go, loudly urging the other party to fulfill the agreement. Now, he only wanted to get out of this dangerous situation as soon as possible. He could only leave the rest for later. After all, no matter what, it was impossible for a situation worse than having his soul devoured to happen. When the unknown creature who called himself Isoldezer heard this, he immediately let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Then the contract is established. Finally, I finally have another envoy in the material plane. Go and be angry. Go and destroy. Use the overflowing flames to incinerate everything. Let all mortals tremble in fear under my might. Remember, you must make a sacrifice to me once a year and use the ability that I grant you to turn a city into ashes or burn more than 5,000 intelligent beings to death. Otherwise, I will take back this power and give you the corresponding punishment for violating the contract. Of course, if you can exceed the requirements, I will also grant you more power as a reward. Now go and release all the anger and madness that has accumulated in your heart. Burn that undead who dares to offend the flaming Duke into ashes. The moment the last word was spoken, André suddenly felt a scorching heat burning in his chest. He saw a ball of dark blue flames appear where his heart was, and then quickly spread throughout his body, transforming his body at an extremely fast speed. In just 1 or 2 seconds, every single pore on his body was emitting an unimaginable high temperature. His originally red hair was instantly replaced by dark blue flames. He was surprised to find that his consciousness had returned to his physical body. His shattered heart had completely healed under the effects of the unknown flames, and his torn intestines had also grown back. The huge wounds on his abdomen and chest had completely disappeared, and his skin was smooth without a trace of a scar. Unbelievable! It was simply too unbelievable. The scene before him had completely overturned André's understanding of the world. He looked at himself floating in midair, in astonishment, gently stroking his smooth skin and muttering to himself, the scars on my body have actually all disappeared. How is this possible? That's right. Ever since he came to this world, in order to better survive, he had been hunting near the dark forest in the north of Lonely Mountain Town. There were not many parts of his body that were intact, and scars covered more than 15% of his body, especially his heart that had just been ruptured by his blood pressure. It was now tightly integrated with the dark blue flames, forming a fist-sized core. It kept beating, sending hot blood to every corner of his body, and an endless stream of energy filled his limbs and brain. Just as André was silently feeling the changes in his body, Navid Rustam suddenly fell to the ground, rolling and struggling, and at the same time letting out a miserable cry. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What kind of monster are you? I can actually use flames to burn my soul. 2 balls of dark blue flames were constantly burning on his pale white claws, and no matter how he slapped them, there was no sign of extinguishing them. Even the dense negative energy could not do anything to them. Chapter 4:25. This is the power bestowed by the fire elemental prince, Isoldezer. Flames fueled by anger. As a mage who was particularly sensitive to energy, André could tell at a glance the difference between these dark blue flames and the red flames from before. The latter was merely an ordinary oxidation-reduction reaction mentioned in chemistry, while the former was a special phenomenon that belonged to the exchange of magical energy. Even though he was still unable to determine why anger would be transformed into flames, one thing was certain: the angrier a person was, the more vigorous the dark blue flames would burn, until the body and soul were completely burned to ashes. Without a doubt, this was an extremely terrifying power. There was no way to extinguish it by cutting off oxygen. Unless the target himself calmed down and let all the anger in his heart be appeased, it would only add more fuel to the flames. In just a few seconds, nearly 1/10 of the negative energy gathered on Navid Rustam's body had dissipated. The 2 balls of flames were like gluttonous children, rapidly devouring the emotion called anger and growing stronger little by little. However, the Spirit King was no idiot. Seeing that he could not extinguish the flames, he immediately turned around and glared with his two blood-red eyes, roaring crazily. "It's you! I knew it must have been you who did it. Why can't you just obediently die like the others? Let me devour your soul." Looking at the other party's distorted expression due to the intense pain, Andre's eyes shot out two rays of cold light. He sneered and mocked. "Devour my soul? You think you're worthy? No matter how powerful you are, you have not changed your nature as a lowly sailor. You have succumbed to the primitive instincts of undead creatures, or rather, hunger and thirst, aimlessly slaughtering living beings to satisfy the emptiness that you can't fill no matter what. No plan, no thinking. You don't even have the most basic rationality. From top to bottom, you emit chaotic and evil tendencies. You're even more disgusting than the demons in the bottomless abyss. I was a little careless just now and didn't notice the ability you evolved after becoming an undead. But now that I have a full understanding of you, it's time to settle the score. Are you ready to pay the price for infuriating me? Price? You think that controlling blood is all I can do? Since that's the case, I'll let you experience the true power of the Spirit King. Absolutely invincible power. As he spoke, Navid Rustam's body suddenly emitted a blinding green light. Then, a large number of illusory shadows emerged from his body. One after another, the negative energy that was so dense that it almost materialized rapidly shrouded the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the number exceeded 1,000 and was still increasing. These translucent shadows had painful expressions on their faces. Their mouths were wide open as if they were howling, but no sound came out. Through their bodies, it could be seen that their souls had been distorted by some kind of power, and there was no way to return to normal. Despair. Those pairs of eyes without a shred of hope constantly stimulated the negative emotions of the living. If one's mind was not firm, they would immediately become one of them. Enduring the intense pain caused by the flames burning his soul, Navid Rustam grinned and shouted, "How is it? This is the true power of the Spirit King. Any soul that I devour will become a part of my body, and at the same time, a member of the Ghost Army. I'd like to see how you're going to withstand the attacks of tens of thousands of spirits. Charge, my loyal servant, tear this human into pieces." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following the command, thousands of shadows immediately swarmed over from all directions, like a flood erupting in an instant. The scene of them baring their fangs and brandishing their claws was enough to make anyone shudder. However, Andre's reaction was very calm. He merely stood where he was and scanned the surroundings with a slightly cold gaze, a hint of mockery hanging at the corner of his mouth. He looked as if he had just completed the transformation from rationality to insanity. An indescribable rage surged from the bottom of his heart. Scenes of humiliation in the past began to appear before his eyes, incessantly stimulating every inch of his nerves. He did not know why he, who had always been calm, had become like this. Perhaps it was because of the dark blue flames burning fiercely on the surface of his body, or perhaps it was because of the sense of crisis at the moment of death. In any case, the endless rage was converted into a huge amount of energy. Not only did this energy break through the dam called rationality, it also broke through all mental restraints. It was like a volcano that had been silent for a long time had suddenly erupted. Even his consciousness gradually became blurry, as if there was only one emotion in the entire world, and that was anger. Boundless anger was erupting nonstop. More and more energy was accumulating, just as a large number of specters were about to touch his skin. Andre's body was like a nuclear weapon that had reached the tipping point, fiercely releasing a dazzling light that directly illuminated the pitch-black night sky. It was like the sun releasing light, heat, and flames. In just a few seconds, the scorching blue flames engulfed the surface of the sea within a radius of several kilometers. All the spirits, ships, corpses, and even seawater were vaporized in large amounts in just a short moment, leaving behind only the howls of pain that reverberated in the air. Those were the cries released by the souls before they were completely annihilated. There was no pity. There was no hatred. There was only the flames of destruction that burned everything. It was so pure, so dazzling, so much so that the bright moonlight and the stars in the sky seemed to pale in comparison. The negative energy and fog that pervaded the surface of the sea were completely dispelled in a matter of seconds. General Zack, the commander of the Baccarat fleet, who was a few kilometers away, happened to witness this scene. He was so shocked that he could not speak. His entire body trembled nonstop, and he even rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. In fact, it was not only him. Everyone on the deck who saw the scene of the dark blue flames erupting were also in disbelief. Many of them who had been greatly affected even knelt on the ground and trembled, incessantly praying to the gods they believed in, hoping that the terrifying flames would not fall on their heads. Damn it! Who can tell me what's going on? General Zack, who had regained his senses, roared hysterically at the mages behind him. Due to his overly agitated emotions, his saliva splattered everywhere, more than 60% of it landing on the mages' faces.